have a camera today. This is how it's supposed to be. All right, we are live. Give me just 1 second here. Videos are showing today. Dressing last night. All right, there we are. Good morning. How is everybody? Good. All right, anybody have any questions before we get started?
I'm here now today. I didn't come.
Okay, let me get you your books. And you found your badge. There you go. You're welcome. All right. Any other questions before we get started? Everybody good? Okay. So you guys had chapter 1 test in the book. So you read chapter 1 in the yellow book. You took the test for chapter 1 on page 181. And then did you grade it? Everybody grade it? Okay. So when I call your name, if you can tell me your score, if you use the grading scale down here. If you missed 1, it was a 95. If you missed 2, it's a 90, and so on. Or just tell me how many you missed, and I'll do the conversion for you. Okay. Isabella?
95.
Thank you. Kiana? Okay. Julia?
85.
Thank you. Jay?
85.
Thank you. Erica? Sophia? Victoria?
95.
Christine? Desliana? Cleanta? Autumn? Chloe?
100.
Thank you. Adriana?
Looking at you.
Okay, Adriana, what's the number on the front of your yellow book?
5.
Thank you. Thomas?
100.
Thank you. Lisette?
95.
Thank you. Janae?
80.
Thank you. Jamar?
90.
Thank you. And Salif? All right. Those of you that missed questions on this, do you know why you missed it? Do you know why the right answer is the right answer? Are there any questions you want me to go over with you?
I was number 6, the one where if you make a mistake when documenting, I picked erase it, that you're supposed to draw a line through it.
Yeah, in healthcare, we can't erase anything because it's a legal document. So we're not allowed to erase it or obscure it. And we're going to talk a little bit more about documentation today, actually. But it's all about having transparency. So in healthcare, if we make a mistake, we simply draw a line through it, write error above it, and then our initials. Most documentation now is electronic, so you're going to be typing it in. So the machine automatically keeps track of every keystroke. So if you make a mistake, the original will still be accessible by the program. So electronic medical records kind of takes a lot of this away, but as CNAs, we still document using paper and pen quite often. Things like intake percentage, you'll write down in a book, and then that'll be transferred into the program. Vital signs, you'll probably write down on a vital sign sheet. So as CNAs, often in a lot of settings, you're going to still be documenting with a pen. So you need to know what the right processes are. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Way back before electronic medical records, as a nurse, we have to document a whole lot more than CNAs do. And I had written out this whole page of documentation on my patient. And then I looked at it and realized it was the wrong chart. So you can't take that page out, rip it up, and start again. That's actually illegal. You can't do that. So I had to write a line through every single one of those lines Right error, wrong chart above it, along with my initials. Yeah. So this is, it's all about transparency. Good. Makes sense. Any other questions? Any other questions on what you missed? No? All right. Let's review. So how do we know what to do with each patient? We follow the care plan. We follow the care plan, the whole care plan, and nothing but that care plan. What does that mean? Nothing but the care plan. What does that mean?
So I think we should take instructions from.
Yeah, so it means that we can't alter it. Yeah, we're going to take our instructions from it, but we can't change it. So if we think it should be done different, that's not a decision we can make. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. So nothing but the care plan means we can't add to it and we can't take away from it. It is exactly as it stands. So here's a question you might have on the state exam that would relate to this. The care plan tells you to dress the resident in a long sleeve button front shirt. It is 98 degrees and the AC isn't working all that great. And you think the patient would be much more comfortable because of the heat in short sleeves. What should you do? A, dress the patient in long sleeves. B, ask the patient what they want to wear. C, dress the patient in short sleeves. Or D, notify the nurse.
Notify the nurse?
Yeah, this is a hard one, isn't it? It's kind of a hard one because I threw that notify the nurse. So let's go back to what we learned on Monday. CNAs follow the care plan, and if they can't follow the care plan, they, what do we do if we can't follow the care plan? Notify the nurse. So, but remember the first part of that is CNAs follow the care plan. If they can't follow the care plan, we notify the nurse. Do you notice that order? Right? So that would make dress the resident in long sleeves the right answer. So this seems very simple, doesn't it? Seems very simple, right? We follow the care plan, the whole care plan, nothing but the care plan. But this is actually used with questions. The order here matters. We follow the care plan, and if we can't, we notify the nurse. Now, I will give you a caveat to this, though, okay? And it's the next thing that's going to help us out with this. So we follow the care plan, the whole care plan, and nothing but the care plan. But while we're doing that, we're there to make observations. So our thought process, hey, this might be too hot for the patient, that's an observation, right? So what are we supposed to do with these observations? Report them to the nurse. So D could possibly be the right answer, except, right, we want to report this to the nurse, but remember, CNAs follow the care plan, and if they can't, they report it to the nurse. So what's our first action? Follow the care plan. So that's why A is the right answer. Now we're going to report the option. We are going to report this to the nurse. We're going to report, hey, I put the patient in long sleeves like care plan said, but it's 98 degrees. Is that okay? Right? We're still going to report because it's now an observation. Do you guys see the difference there? Mm-hmm. Okay. So we're still going to put the patient in long sleeves, but we're going to let the nurse know, hey, it's hot. I put the patient in long sleeves. And that way, maybe the nurse will check on the patient a little bit more often, maybe increase their fluids to prevent dehydration, maybe not take the patient outside today because it's hot. There's a lot of reasons that we use long sleeves that have nothing to do with the temperature outside. Yeah, they could be. They may have a weeping rash, like shingles. They may be photosensitive because of a medication. That means that their skin will react to light. They may have an autoimmune disorder that is reactive to light. There's a lot of reasons why that care plan might say long sleeves that have nothing to do with temperature. Remember I said on Monday that CNAs don't know the whole story? So you can just assume that you never know the whole story. We follow the care plan. Good? Does that make sense? Everybody good with that? Okay. So every skill starts with an opening. What does every opening start with? A knock. And that's important. Once we knock, who do we greet? And how do we greet them? By name. Yeah, we either announce their name. Good morning. Come on in. Go ahead and have a seat. So we either announce their name, like "Hi, Mrs. Jones," or if we're unsure, we could ask, "Can you please tell me your name?" Either one is fine. For the test, make it easy. Just say, "Hi, Mrs. Jones." Once we've identified them, address them by name, you want to, greet them, "Hello, good morning," be nice about it. What do they need to know about us? So, yeah, they're going to need to know the skill, but what do they need to know before that? Yeah, who we are. Absolutely. Because remember, we are strangers to them. How many of you guys would go to Walmart and let a complete stranger take your clothes off? Right? But that's what we're doing with these people. Right? We're getting them dressed. We're bathing them. We're helping them with grooming. We are complete strangers. It is no different in a clinical setting than it is in Walmart. We are still strangers. As icky as that sounds to you, like I wouldn't go to Walmart and just pick some random stranger and say, "Okay, come help me get dressed. Let's go to the dressing room." I wouldn't do that. That's like really weird. And yet we do this in healthcare. And we call it okay because it's happening in a clinical setting. But your patient still has that weird, icky feeling. So how do we get around that? Well, we have to introduce ourselves. We got to become friends. We have to get to know each other a little bit before we start helping with really personal stuff. Does that make sense? So always think about this from your patient's point of view. To us, it's a job. We start to forget about the intrusiveness of what we're doing because we're doing it on everybody. But to them, it's very personal. Does that make sense? So make sure you're explaining not just who you are, but what you are. So don't just say, "Hey, I'm Patty. I'm Patty, your CNA today." They've got to know your role. Now once we've got the introductions out of the way, we're going to tell them what we want to do. So we're going to announce our skill. You can read it right off the care plan if you want to, or you can put it in your own words. Nobody cares. Knock yourself out. However you want to do it. But they do need to know what you have planned. Because the next step is to get, what do we have to get from them? Consent, permission. Yeah, absolutely. If they don't know what you're going to do, they can't give consent. And getting consent is a patient right. That's actually legal. And a lot of CNAs don't know this. Patient rights are legal rights. The legislature actually gave patients these rights because we just treated patients like they didn't matter. And this only came about in like the 90s, guys. Before the 90s, when you went into the hospital, they could do anything they wanted to you. They didn't need your permission.
They kill you.
Yeah. They could tie you to the bed. No problem. They could withhold food and fluid. No problem. They didn't need your consent for anything. And that is a problem. Me, I'm not going to the hospital if they can do anything they want to with me and I don't have any say in the matter. I'll stay home, thank you. Right? So we have to understand that these are legal rights. So if I violated somebody's legal right in the parking lot of Walmart, I'm going to get arrested. If I violate somebody's legal right in a clinical setting, I am also going to be arrested. Do you guys get that? So consent, way more important than you think it is. Make sense? You can be charged with battery. And there have been healthcare workers that have been charged with battery. So we have to get consent. Once we do that, we'll close that curtain. What do we know about that curtain?
It's dirty.
It's dirty, yeah. So once we close that curtain, what do we want to do?
Wash your hands.
Wash our hands. And that's because we have to have clean hands to get our clean supplies. You can't touch supplies until your hands have been washed. So don't go grab your supplies and then go into the room. You've got to do your whole opening, wash your hands, and then go get your supplies. The order here matters. But our number one, most important, super critical checkpoint here is that we can't touch the resident until our hands are clean. Very good. Very good. Now, the closing, there's lots of steps to the closing. Remember the opening, the order matters. The closing, it doesn't until you get to the end. So it doesn't really matter what order you do these steps in, but let's go through them. What kind of environment should the patient be left in? A clean one, neat, orderly. Always leave your patient looking better than you found them. That is a great nursing principle. I was taught that when I was a baby nurse. Always leave your patient looking better than you found them. So that might mean straightening the sheet or looking around, is there something I can clean up? Always make sure that environment is nice and clean. Let me tell you, as a family member, when my mom was in the hospital and I walked into that room and I saw stuff everywhere. I mean, there was trash on the floor. There were linens piled up in a chair. Her sheets were like hanging off the bed. The bathroom hadn't been cleaned. There was stuff everywhere. As a family member, I automatically feel that they're not taking good care of my mom. Do you guys see that? So the environment that patient is in matters, but it also matters to the patient. Can you imagine laying there for a second? You got nothing else to do, nothing to occupy your mind. You are stuck in this place, focused on what's going on with your body, looking at all this mess with nothing else to distract you. You're going to focus on that mess. Oh my gosh, somebody really needs to pick that up. I can't get up out of bed. Somebody needs to pick that up. I can't stand that on the floor. Somebody needs to clean that up. And you will focus on it. And that can actually affect how long it takes you to heal. Isn't that crazy? So having a neat environment helps our patients heal better, gives them a better quality of care, helps the families feel more secure in the care they're receiving. There's a lot of reasons for this, but clean environment, super important. Look around. What position should the bed be in at the end of the scale? The lowest position, that's right. Now, let me explain why. This has nothing to do with a patient rolling out of bed and falling on the floor. It has nothing to do with that. When you get into bed at night, right? You sit on the edge of the bed, you swing your legs in, you go to sleep. You sleep 6 to 8 hours, you wake up, you're super groggy because you're just waking up, and you swing your legs out. That floor is right where you left it. Always has been for your entire life. It's predictable. You swing your legs out, the floor is there. It's right where you left it because the beds at home don't go up and down. Floors are always right where you leave them, which is a good thing when you wake up groggy in the morning and you're not paying attention to anything. It's predictable. When we come along and raise that bed up, we actually move the floor. Your patient is not expecting that. Not once in their life ever has a floor moved. So when they go to get out of bed and they're groggy and on medication and all the things we do to them in healthcare, and that floor is not where they expect it to be, they're going to fall because they're going to put weight down on an invisible surface, something that's not even there. And that's how patients fall. Has nothing to do with rolling out of the bed. You can actually stay in a bed all by yourself. We'll talk about that a little later. But it has nothing to do with rolling out of bed. It has everything to do with keeping the floor where the patient expects it to be. So the bed must be in the lowest position. What word do they need to hear for the test? Are you comfortable? Yeah, that's actually an important word, and I want you to mean it. Don't just say it. Like, I can do this whole closing in a way that makes you feel like I really care. Thank you very much, Ms. Jones. Is there anything else I can get for you while I'm here? Are you comfortable? Right? You feel like I mean that. Now, if I say, thanks, Ms. Jones, are you comfortable? Is there anything else I can get for you while I'm here? You need a magazine or something? Right? First of all, I'm facing away from her. What does that tell her? I don't care. Yeah, I am halfway out the door already, right? So the way I'm facing is going to impact how she perceives this. My tone of voice, I'm bored. My rate of speech, I'm rushed. All right, thanks, Ms. Jones. Is there anything else you need while I'm here? My inflection, the words I choose to emphasize. All of this packages up to let her feel like, I don't care. I'm trying to get out of this room. Please don't ask for anything. Do you guys understand the difference there between the two? So you want to make your patients feel like you really care if they're comfortable. So, thank you, Ms. Jones. Is there anything else I can get for you? Notice I slowed that down. Is there anything else I can get for you? And I'm going to pause because I'm expecting them to give me something. Does that make sense? Okay, so when you're asking about comfort, mean it. Your patient can't get up at the moment. Trust me, if these patients could take care of themselves, do you know where they would be? Home, taking care of themselves. They would not be here. So by the very fact that they're here, it means they need help. Does that make sense? So if they need help, we have to be willing to help them. Now, I'm plugged into a ton of groups on YouTube. Ton of groups. Good morning. Come on in. Good morning. Plugged into a ton of groups on YouTube. And this, I see this a lot in the complaints that are CNAs get in there and they complain about different things. One of the things that they complain about is call lights. Oh my gosh, this patient was on the call light nonstop. Call light abuse is what they call it. Call light abuse. And I have to refrain from correcting them all the time in these groups. But is there such thing as call light abuse, do you think? What do you think? Right. If they can't do for themselves and they're here and our whole job is to be their hands and feet, to do the things for them that they can't do themselves, if they're hitting the call light, that means that there is a need that they would normally do for themselves, but they can't. So they're asking for help. Do you think that that is abuse? Call light abuse. I'm going to tell you, if you do this, it'll cut down on those call lights. Because a lot of times when patients are hitting that call light, it's not that they have physical needs, it's that they have emotional needs. But those are just as important as the physical ones. If they need attention, then it's our job to give it to them. So again, is there such thing as call light abuse? If they're hitting the call light, they have an unmet need. Does that make sense? Okay. All right. So when you ask, are you comfortable? Mean it. And guys, if you're interacting with your patients while you're doing these skills, talking to them, having conversations, treating them like humans, it meets that emotional need and they'll be off the call light a whole lot more. They'll free you up to take care of other patients. Does that make sense? Okay. We're going to offer a magazine for the test, and that just tells the evaluators that we understand emotional comfort is just as important as physical. So we're just going to offer, would you like a magazine before I go? In a clinical setting, we're not passing magazines room to room. That's an infection control nightmare. We're not doing that. But for the test, we're just going to use this as a placeholder to illustrate that we understand the need for this. Okay. And the patient needs to be covered. Clothing, sheets, something, no knobby knees. Remember that? No knobby knees. So make sure that they're covered. We're going to open that curtain because the skill is done. We don't need privacy. Got it? Skill is over. We don't need privacy. So we'll open that curtain and we're going to give the patient their call light. Now, it doesn't matter what order you do all of these things in. However you want to do it is fine. Make up something in your mind that you consistently follow, like comfort, curtain, call light, covered, clean. Right? Ask about comfort, open the curtain, give them their call light, make sure they're covered, ensure the environment is clean and safe. Comfort, curtain, call light, covered, clean. Good? If you do it the same way each time, just kind of try to come up with your own little blurb at the end that covers everything. That will help. It's in your book as well. It's all written out, so you can just follow that one. But once we get all of that done, then we're going to go clean our hands. So we're done with the patient. We've touched all their cooties and all their cootie things. So we want to go wash those cooties off of our hands. So we'll go over and wash our hands. Now, if we have to document, documentation is going to happen after hand washing. But we have a cardinal rule here that we have to end skill with clean hands. So if we document, then we're going to make sure we wash our hands again. And we're not going to return to the patient because we don't want to recontaminate. So this step right here is missed on the state exam way more often than you think. CNAs, people that are being tested, not quite CNAs yet, we call them candidates, will go in, they'll do the skill, they'll get to their closing, they'll say, thank you, is there anything else you need? Here's your call light. They'll go wash their hands. They turn around, they look at the patient and see the curtain is still closed. So they walk open, they open the curtain, and then they say, my skill is done. Oh, do they end the skill with clean hands?
No.
No, and that is a huge infection control infraction. So don't go back to your patient once you've washed your hands. If you do, if you look over and see that the curtain is still in the closed position and you've got to open it, what would you have to do? Wash your hands again. Good? Does that make sense? All right. So great job. You have to end the skill with clean hands and a safe patient that feels cared for and about. All right. So let's talk about hand washing. Okay. So let's talk about hand washing. So when we're washing our hands, we're going to wet them before we put the soap on. And we're going to bring them together and start timing. How long do I have to rub for? 20 seconds. Does the amount of soap I use matter?
Yes.
Yeah, we need to create bubbles. Yeah. So I'm going to rub for 20 seconds. Does that include my nails? No. So 20 seconds of just rubbing, and then we move to our nails. Remember, 20 seconds of just rubbing, and then we move to our nails. So once we're done rubbing and cleaning our nails, we'll go down each one of our nails and then rub them on our palms. Once we're done with that, we're going to rinse. When you're rinsing, don't touch the faucet or the inside of the sink. You'll recontaminate. And then we're going to dry. Why can't I turn the faucet off before I dry my hands? Yeah, contamination. Absolutely. That faucet is not clean. I can't touch it with my hands that are clean. And if I take a paper towel when my hands are wet, that paper towel could rip and recontaminate. So we want to wash, rinse, tap, dry. Then we'll turn our faucet off. Good? Make sense? Let's talk about hand sanitizer. So this is Jeremy. Isn't he cute? That's hand sanitizer. How many of you guys are familiar with hand sanitizer?
Everyone.
Yeah, we're post-COVID. Everybody knows about hand sanitizer. But the problem is that you know about hand sanitizer, but you don't know the whole story. So hand sanitizer is great. They sell it at every single place now. Even the convenience stores have it available. And it's good. It's alcohol based. It actually breaks down the outer proteins, shells of your viruses and bacteria and things like that. So it's a good thing, right? Let's say that I use some hand sanitizer. The problem is that we don't generally use enough. We use a little bit like this. And then we do something like this. And okay, I'm done. That's how we use hand sanitizer. Unfortunately, in order to be effective, your hands have to remain wet with hand sanitizer for at least, how long do you think? 20 seconds. Just like hand washing. So you've got to get a whole lot more hand sanitizer than you think you do. Bring them together and you've got to rub so that they remain wet for at least 20 seconds. And you got to rub all those same places. The backs of around the wrist, the backs of your hands, in between your fingers, in between your thumb and index finger, the bottom of your hand by your pinky, and the palm of your hand. At least 20 seconds. So have we been using hand sanitizer correctly? No. So that's problem number one. Problem number two, let's think about hand washing at the sink. When I'm washing my hands, where do all those pathogens go? Yeah, down the drain. Yeah, not a problem for me. I walk away, no pathogens. When I use hand sanitizer, where do those pathogens go? Yeah, they don't pop into the atmosphere. They are still on my hands. They are dead, but they are still there. Now, if I'm going to eat, I don't want to eat my tuna salad sandwich with a side of dead E. coli. Not very appetizing. So if I'm going to eat, should I use hand sanitizer? No. What should I do? Wash your hands. If you're going to bring your hands anywhere up near your face, you need to wash your hands. Does that make sense? If you go to the bathroom and you use hand sanitizer afterwards, all that bacteria is still there. It's pretty gross, right? So that's problem number two with hand sanitizer. Now, problem number three. Hand sanitizer works on a wide variety of pathogens, but there's two very specific ones that it does not work against, and that is norovirus and C. diff. Now, norovirus is called the cruise ship disease or the daycare disease, and it causes about 3 days of vomiting and diarrhea, and it is currently going around our community. It is highly infectious, and it lives on surfaces. Highly infectious. This does not kill it at all. So this is why it's highly infectious. It doesn't pack enough punch to get through the membrane that surrounds the norovirus. It also doesn't work on C. diff. Now, if you think norovirus is bad, C. diff is its big, bad older brother. And C. diff will cause about 6 to 8 weeks of intense diarrhea that you just cannot stop. And C. diff can kill people that are currently fighting something else. And this does not have any effect on C. diff. So if you're taking care of a patient with a stomach something that's causing diarrhea and vomiting, hand sanitizer is not your best friend. Vigorous hand washing is. Unless you want to take it home. I mean, it's a great weight loss option. Your family may not approve. Good? Make sense? So if you're going to use hand sanitizer, make sure you're using enough. Keep your hands wet for at least 20 seconds. And make sure that you're not using hand sanitizer if you're going to eat, bring your hands up near your face, or after toileting. Good? Okay. All right, so look at what you've mastered. I told you that we're going to learn 11 principles in this class, everything on that back wall. right? On day 1, you got 3 of them down. 3 of them. So we only have 8 to go. And today we're going to learn 3 more. Okay? So it's not hard, is it? If we remember that this tells us what to do, this tells us how to start every skill, and this tells us how to end every skill. Now all we have to do is learn the stuff in the middle. Now, the best place to practice this is in your bathroom at home. Because you have somebody to talk to, the person in the mirror. You got a door to knock on. You've got a curtain that you can pull, the shower curtain. And you got a sink right there to wash your hands. So go in your bathroom, write all of these steps on your mirror if you need to, and practice this. If you do that, when we start practicing the skills later in the program, you're not going to be stuck here. You're going to be able to get, you're opening out, start your skill. It's going to make things a whole lot easier. So learn this in pieces rather than big chunks. So this weekend, I want you to go home, send everybody else out for ice cream, because you'll sound weird talking to yourself. Send everybody else out for ice cream and look at the person in the mirror and, hi, Miss Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. I'm here to skill. Is that okay? I'm going to close curtain, wash my hands, and get my supplies. Good? Make sense? Okay. You can also practice the closing as well. You don't have to be in the bathroom for that, but it is helpful because you've got a curtain to open, you've got a sink to work on. Closing is a little bit harder, a lot more steps. You'll need to practice that one. So good? Let's move on to page 52. Let me get your books.
Thank you.
What's your name?
Sophia.
I'm going to get you your yellow book, your homework book in a few minutes.
Okay.
But this is the book we're going to work out of right now.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, so let's go to page 52 in your skills book. Good morning, all. Okay. So when you look at page 52, this is going to tell us how to do this particular skill. So measure, record, radio pulse. This is going to give us an overview of how this is done. So these are the middle steps. Remember, every skill starts with an opening. Every skill ends with a closing. And the care plan tells us what to do. You guys remember that?
Yes.
Okay, so this is the middle steps. The middle steps. So you can read through that. It gives you a pretty good idea. This up here is your 3-step peanut butter and jelly version of this skill. Down here, you'll see that I have a video on this. How many of you guys got the wrap-up class email? After class email? Okay. In that email, you had links to different videos that I did not show you in class on Monday. Feel free to use those. Go through that content. It's a great way to review. And they're mostly animated videos, so they're a little bit more engaging.
She sounds just like you.
It is me.
Last time I was listening to your voice.
Yeah, it is me. I know they're animated, so you can't see me, but it is me. So yeah, I'm getting ready to tape all of the skills videos in here as well. I'm hoping to do that once your class ends in that period between classes. We'll see. I've been trying to do it now for 6 months, so we'll see if I can get it done this time. Keep your fingers crossed for me. All right, so we got a video on it, and then we've got test-specific information. So if you look at the bottom, you'll see that somebody with your level of experience should be able to complete this skill in 5 minutes or less. Okay. We're going to be doing this on a live person. That person will be in bed. Charting is required. Normal values are 60 to 100. And we can be off by 4 beats in either direction for the test and still be considered accurate. That's what that variance means. So for the test, you're going to count a pulse, a real pulse on a real person. And on the other side of the patient, the nurse is going to be counting the pulse on the same patient. So you're going to have to tell the nurse when you start counting and when you stop counting so that they can start and stop at the same time. And hopefully you guys will get the same number. But even if you don't, if you're in the ballpark, you're okay. So let's say the evaluator got 76. If you got 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, or 80, you are accurate. It's a huge margin of error, guys. Huge. Okay? But we got to learn how to do this particular skill, and we're going to learn it using this principles method. So we're going to read the care plan. We're going to do our opening. We're going to talk about gloves in a minute. We're going to do these steps that are specific to the pulse, and we're going to do our closing. Good? Everybody understand what we're going to do? All right. So when you're looking at the principles that are involved in this particular skill, of course, skill rules, opening, glove rules, and closing, we know everything here except for glove rules. We haven't talked about gloves yet. So we need to learn about gloves before we can learn to do this skill because it's part of the skill. Okay? So go to page 40, and we are going to learn about gloves. Now, get comfortable because this takes me about an hour to teach it. It would be so much easier on me if I just said wear gloves for everything. And that's a 2-second lecture and I could move on and life would be great. But that's dangerous. It's dangerous to the patients and it's dangerous to you. That is not an infection control strategy. And anyone that tells you just wear gloves for everything is leading you in the wrong direction. And I'm going to explain why. And that's what's going to take me an hour. But stay with me because this is all important information that you guys are going to need to keep yourselves and your patients safe. Remember, your patient is currently fighting something. Their immune system is busy. They're not here healthy. They're here sick or old or injured. They're fighting something. And they're in a place where everybody else is fighting something else, and they all brought their somethings with them. Make sense? This is a scary place for your patient. This is a dangerous place for your patient. And I'm going to explain why. But we're going to use an illustration that has nothing to do with healthcare because I find that you can understand this a little bit easier. Okay? So, we know skill rules, we know opening, we know closing. We're going to learn glove rules now, and this makes up what we call the big four. The big four apply to every single skill that we do. Oh, I forgot to put my mic on. Sorry, guys. Hopefully you could hear me. All right. So here we go. We are going to do an activity together. So all the notes are on page 41. Again, you don't have to take notes in my class. I've done it all for you. But let's learn what gloves actually do. What do they mean? And in order to illustrate this, we're going to build a sandwich. Okay? So I need your help with this. And the first thing I'm going to do is put on a pair of gloves because you guys don't want me touching your sandwich with my bare hands, do you? No, you feel better if I put gloves on. Anybody ever go to a place? Have you ever been to a place where they built a sandwich right in front of you? Right? You make sure they're wearing gloves because you don't want their hands touching all your stuff. So I'll put my gloves on and we're going to build a sandwich together. So what kind of bread do you want? White, wheat, Italian? Italian. So I'm going to go into this bread cart, open up the flap, and I'm going to grab a thing of Italian bread.
And I'm going to put it on the counter, and I'm going to take the knife that's laying there and slice it and hold it open, you know, so I can get all the toppings and the meat and all that on there. So we now have our bread. I grabbed one of those wrappers too, because we don't want that bread laying right on the table. So we're protecting it. So far, so good. We've got gloves on. We're not touching it. And we got a wrapper to protect the bread. So far, so good. Now, we're going to use some condiments. You want some mayonnaise? So I'm going to reach into that mayonnaise thing, and I'm going to grab the spreader that's sticking out of it, and I'm going to spread it on the bread, and I'm going to put the spreader back in the mayonnaise. That's where it lives. So would you like some, maybe some mustard or some other sauces, honey mustard, spicy mustard, ranch dressing, honey mustard? So I'm going to reach and grab one of those containers of the honey mustard, probably tap it a little bit, squirt it on there. So far, so good. I like this sandwich. That's good. After we put our condiments on there, we're going to get some bacon because everything is better with bacon. So I'm going to grab the wrapper of the bacon. I'm going to reach in, get my bacon, and spread it on the sandwich. And now I'm ready for meat. So what kind of meat do we want? Turkey, roast beef, ham? Everything double. Oh, I like it. I like it. So I'm going to open up the little refrigerator thing on the bottom, and we're going to build an ultimate. So I'm going to grab some ham, some roast beef, and some turkey, unwrap it, lay it on my sandwich. And we'll do that twice because it's double. So what kind of cheese do we want on this? American cheese. So I need to get into this cheese drawer to get my cheese. And oh my gosh, I'm out of American. Hold up just a second. Let me go get some from the back. So we're going to go into the back walk-in cooler. And I got to open that up. And we'll get inside, get the containers, get the cheese out. And I've got to slice it, of course. So I've got to go over to the slicer, put it on the slicer, and get my American cheese. Now I'll put the rest of it back in the drawer. So do we want this toasted? It's got bacon on it. Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to wait for the toaster because right now it's currently being used. So we'll get in line and we'll wait. And once it's our turn, we're going to put the sandwich into the toaster, turn the toaster on, and we're just going to kind of sit there and wait for it. And when it's done, we'll grab that paddle thingy to get the sandwich out, and we'll put it back on the counter. Well, now it's time for toppings. So how about some lettuce? No lettuce? No lettuce? Tomatoes. So we're going to reach into the tomatoes, get them, kind of squeeze them out a little, put those on our sandwich. Do you want onions, green peppers, black olives, banana peppers? So I'm going to reach in and grab some banana peppers, squeeze those out and put those on. How about some pickles? Do you want pickles on there? No pickles at all. Do you want anything else on the sandwich? No? Okay, so we're good. We're good with that. Okay, so we've built our sandwich now. I'm going to put it together, take that knife that I used to cut the bread originally and cut that sandwich. And then I'm going to wrap up each half and put it in a bag. And then I'll probably go to, you know, the scale or the register and type in what the sandwich is, put that on the bag, and then hand it to you. And of course, then you'll go to the register and pay. And if it's the same person, they're going to hand you your cup and whatever else you ordered as well. So that was a good sandwich, by the way. That was actually, I went and actually had a sandwich built, and I took all of those pictures, and I ate that sandwich, and it was a delicious sandwich, by the way. But what was wrong with this?
They never changed their gloves.
Okay. So but you guys said you felt better that they were wearing gloves when they made the sandwich. I mean, that was like 3 minutes ago, guys. I mean, it was only 3 minutes ago that you wanted them to wear gloves.
They're supposed to change them. Yeah. And wash their hands.
Okay. Well, changing gloves sounds good, except when we look at all the things that this person touched, let's see how many glove changes we would have to make. So we touched the outside of the bread cart. We touched the knife that cut the bread. We touched the mayonnaise spreader, the other sauce bottles, the outside of the bacon package, the cheese drawer, the door handle to the cooler, the containers inside the cooler, the slicing machine, the table, the toaster oven controls, the paddle, the lettuce, tomato, and other toppings, and the wrapper. You want me to change gloves in between all of those? That sandwich would take 3 hours to make.
Might as well make it at home.
So changing gloves isn't a great strategy here, is it? No. So what I need you to understand is those gloves are not the magic suit of armor you think they are. They aren't doing what you think they're doing. And you need to understand that in order to understand glove use. Does that make sense? Do you have a little bit different perspective on gloves now? The problem with this is that you weren't aware of everything that person was touching, and either were they. Because it was part of their routine. They're just building a sandwich. They're not paying attention to what they're touching. And until today, you didn't pay attention to it either. You just made sure they had gloves on before they started your sandwich, and you were good. You were happy. The problem with wearing gloves routinely is that people stop paying attention to what those gloves are touching. We just gloss right over it. We don't ever think about it. Now, they're just building you a sandwich and they're keeping their environment pretty clean. You know, they're wiping off all the surfaces and the door handles, and they have protocols for this. So it's okay. But in healthcare, this takes on a little bit different meaning because there's no body fluids running around a commercial kitchen. But in healthcare, we have body fluids everywhere. Does that make sense? So when we're talking about gloves, especially in healthcare, it is not a good strategy just to wear them for everything. Because then we stop paying attention to what we're touching when we have those gloves on. And I've seen it a million times. Nurses will come in a room, they'll change dressing, they'll empty the urinary drainage bag, and then they'll pour the patient a cup of water and hand it to them with those same gloves and not think twice about it. Because in the nurse's mind, those gloves are there to protect them, not the patient. But wait a minute. In this scenario, the nurse and the patient, who has the better immune system? The nurse. What's going on with the patient's immune system? It's busy. It's weak. So who really should be protected here? The patient. Are you starting to see that everything that you think you knew about gloves might be just a little off center?
Some people, like some nurses I've seen, put hand sanitizer on their gloves. They'll come in and put on the glove and be like, "I'm good for the day."
There's so much wrong with that. I can't even unpack it all. Don't do that. I'm just going to make it that simple. Don't do that. Okay. Hand sanitizer is alcohol-based. The gloves are either vinyl, nitrile, or latex. And the hand sanitizer can actually weaken the surface of the gloves. So in that case, why are you even wearing the gloves? There's more, but we're just going to stop there. Don't do that. Don't do that. All right. So does this make sense to you guys? Does this make sense why this is a bad idea to just wear gloves for everything? Yeah. And don't stop eating sandwiches. They're good. It's fine. You've got a good, healthy immune system. And here's the thing. We need exposure to work our immune system. We need that. If I sit on my couch in my house all day long and never get up and never move and just sit there, my muscles are going to get weaker. They're going to atrophy because they're not working out. They get weaker. If your immune system does not get a workout now and then, what's going to happen to the immune system? It gets weaker. So you need exposure. It's okay. Go eat a sandwich. In fact, Jimmy John's is opening right up down the road. I just saw that yesterday. And no, I don't get paid for that. But go eat the sandwiches. It's fine. But we do need to be aware of how that can impact our patients, right? Our thought processes with gloves. And what can we do to keep our patients safe? We want to keep ourselves safe too, yes, but we want to keep our patients safe. And to understand that, we're going to talk about the chain of infection. Okay, so this is going to be a little more technical, but this is something that you do need to know. And this might actually be a topic on the written exam. So my next, I don't think I told you guys this, on the first and third Tuesday of every month, I do a practice test game show live on YouTube. People compete from all over the world. I do 15 practice test questions. Question shows up on the screen. You type the answer into YouTube. The program I use reads your answer, awards you points, and you compete for prizes. You can get the card game. You can get motivational stuff. There, I give all kinds of prizes away. And it's a lot of fun. And you compete. The one next Tuesday, so a week from yesterday, is going to be on the chain of infection. So if you guys come and compete, one of you guys will probably win the prize because you'll have all the insider information. So pay attention. This could win you something. All right. So in a healthcare setting, we have to understand there's lots of pathogens. So we've got to figure out how to keep our patients from getting infected with other pathogens that they did not come in with. And to understand that, we're going to talk about the chain of infection. So the lecture for this, the notes are on page 123. This infection control is as easy as 1, 2, 3. And you'll see this graphic on that page. So this is a well-recognized process in healthcare. And we're going to go through each step by step, so you can kind of understand what this really means. So the first step in any chain of infection is a pathogen. No pathogen, no problem. Okay, if I don't have HIV, I can't give somebody else HIV. No pathogen, no problem. Okay, so the first step in the chain of infection is there a pathogen? Now, the thing that we need to understand is that pathogens are pretty particular little guys. They're kind of fussy. They don't live well outside. They're more inside kind of guys, okay? Give them a nice video game console, a comfy couch, a couple Hot Pockets, they're good, right? They don't live outside the body very well. So that means that pathogens on surfaces have a very, very, very short shelf life. They really need to be in a nice, warm environment, like the human body. Do you guys remember warm, dark, moist, right? The inside of your body is all three. Warm, dark, moist. And that's where pathogens like to live. Now, they're so comfortable in their setting, right, in the patient. They're so comfortable that they're not really likely to leave on their own. They kind of have to be forced out. And the way that they get forced out is through a doorway. So you guys all came in a doorway. Nobody busted down out the window. Nobody busted down a wall. You guys came in through a doorway, right? Well, your pathogens do too. They don't burrow through the skin. They have to leave through a doorway. So pathogens are going to enter and exit the body through body openings. Now, that could be body openings you can see, eyes, nose, mouth. It could be body openings that you only expose occasionally, like your genitals. It could be body openings that are artificial, like wounds, rashes, sores, or incisions. But they're going to get in or out through a body opening. They don't go through the skin. Make sense? Good? All right. So they kind of have to usually be forced out too. They're not just going to leisurely walk out on their own. We usually have to force them out, either through bleeding or sneezing or coughing or other activities. So remember that pathogens come and go through open doors. So in the body, we have lots of wet body openings. We have eyes, nose, mouth, genitals, and rectal area. We can also have wounds, rashes, sores, or incisions. So we want to make sure that we are familiar with what a wet body opening is, because that's how pathogens are going to get in and out. Good? Everybody good with that so far? So first, we have a pathogen. That pathogen needs a place to live, which we call a host or a reservoir. That pathogen is happy there unless it's forced out through a wet body opening. And that wet body opening is going to be called a portal of exit. A portal of exit. But the problem is that pathogens don't have legs. They don't have wings. They can't get around on their own. They have to travel through something else. They have to hitch a ride. So there's two main ways that pathogens travel. They either float or they flow. So floating would be a pathogen that's hitching a ride on a mucus droplet that comes from your mouth or your nose. Or it could hitch a ride on a dust mite that's kind of floating in the air. Or it could hitch a ride in your body fluids, like blood or saliva or cerebrospinal fluid or sexual fluids or urine or feces. Something is coming out of your body, but they have to catch a ride. They can't get around on their own. Make sense? So you guys good with that so far? So we have a pathogen. It has a place to live. It's happy. It has to be forced out through a body opening called a portal of exit. And then it's got to have a way of getting around. So let's stop there, time out real quick, and let me put this into practice for you. So let's say that you've got hepatitis C, okay? And that hepatitis C is just fine in you, no problem. It's not a threat to me at all. It's inside her and it likes being in there. But let's say she accidentally cuts her hand on a sharp part of the table and now she's bleeding. Now that hepatitis C is able to get out of the body through a portal of exit, that cut. But it's still not a risk to me. I'm way over here. It's not going to fly over here to me. It's not going to flow over here to me. I mean, she's bleeding, but she ain't bleeding that bad, right? So I'm not in danger. It's over there. Good? So what that pathogen needs is a way to get to me. Now, the easiest way is for me to go over there and put my hand in the blood. That's a really easy way. It doesn't take any work. Good? So if I'm going to touch body fluids, I probably want an extra layer between me and that something, because I don't know what's in that body fluid. Good? That's where gloves come in. If we're going to touch a wet body fluid, then we want an extra layer of protection, just in case. But if I'm standing across the room from her and she's bleeding, I don't need gloves on for that. Good? Make sense? All right. So now, let's say, for argument's sake, that I did go over there and I did touch the blood on the table because I'm trying to clean it up and I didn't have gloves on. It's still not as big of a risk to me as you would think, because that pathogen can't go through the skin. It has to have a doorway in. So if I get her hepatitis C blood on my hand, I am not infected. That blood, that pathogen inside the blood, has to get inside me, not through my skin. So it's got to enter through a portal of entry, which we already know are eyes, nose, mouth, genitals, rectal area, wounds, rashes, sores, or incisions. So if I'm going to put my hands up near my face, that could put me at risk. Good? Make sense? Okay. Remember that pathogens can't get through your skin. They can't. Your skin is the best glove you'll ever wear because it actually has things on it that prevent pathogens from getting in. Your skin is the best glove you can ever wear. But if your skin has a hole in it, pathogens can get through the hole. Good? Make sense? All right. So if they do find a doorway in, let's just say they found, we brought our hand up to our face and wiped our nose, rubbed our eye, ate something, whatever. Now that hepatitis C is inside me. But all is not lost yet. I'm not infected. Not infected yet. I have to be susceptible. I have to be susceptible. Now, what does susceptible mean? Well, if they have, if I've ever had hepatitis C before and I was treated for it and overcame it, my immune system can recognize it and get rid of it before it ever infects me. That's called immunity. It's called immunity. If I've had a vaccine, that gives me artificial immunity, but I have immunity. That means that hepatitis C can't take hold of me, can't infect me, right? My immune system's going to kill it before it ever has a chance. Does that make sense? So you have to be susceptible. Now, there's ways that we can help this situation out, though. If we get regular exercise, if we eat right, and we manage our stress, and we get good sleep, and lead, the life that none of us are leading, then you can help improve your natural immunity, your natural immune system. Now, this is really important for healthcare workers because we're working around pathogens all the time. So you really do want to look at your own personal life and make sure that if you're going to be working around pathogens, that you're giving your immune system the best workout it can have to increase your chances of remaining healthy. So get that 15 to 20 minutes of exercise a day. Eat right. Go to bed at a decent hour. Manage your stress, which is way easier to say than do in our current, in our current lifestyle. I get it. I work 16-hour, 18-hour days, guys. I understand. I work 7 days a week. I don't take a day off. I get it. And my immune system suffers because of it. So this is a case of do what I tell you and not what I do. But this will help you remain healthy. Good? Can pathogens get through the skin? No. All right. So if your immune system has been trained on how to kill that pathogen, the pathogen will never have a chance to multiply. So what does this mean? This is your immune system, and I'm going to explain how it works, but I'm going to do this in a little bit different way. So let's say that we have a whole pack of bad guys out there, and the bad guys want to get in here and rob us, okay? Now, the first bad guy, they pick one person to send him in first to scope it out to see what's happening. They send the first bad guy in, and you're sitting there, and you want to protect all of us, so you reach around and grab that blue cup, and you hit it over the head, and nothing really happens, but you did scare it off. It goes back out there. So it's going to tell everybody out there, hey, when you go in, that first girl that's sitting there, she's going to throw a blue cup at you, so duck. Okay? They now know what's coming. So the second bad guy comes in, and he ducks and avoids your blue cup, no big deal. You try to stab him with your straw. Doesn't kill him, but he's now bruised up pretty good because you got a mean right hook there, right? So you're stabbing him with the straw. So he goes back out, you scare him off, and he tells everybody, hey, it's not just the blue cup. You got to now watch out for the straw. So the third bad guy comes in, he evades the blue cup, he dodges the straw, and he comes to you. Now, you look around, you know the cups aren't working, you know none of that's going to help you, so you grab that fire extinguisher and bang him upside the head, rings his bell, he goes back out, and he goes, oh my gosh, guys, watch out for that fire extinguisher. Guy number 4 comes in. Now, you're not playing, right? They dodge the cup, they evade the straw, they avoid the fire extinguisher. You pull out a knife, stab him to death, he's dead. Okay, so good job. We killed the pathogen. So what does all this mean to us? Well, the pathogens are the bad guys. So when a pathogen comes in and you don't kill him, he's going to go back and tell all the other pathogens what your defenses are. Okay? So now the pathogens have our playbook. That's not a good thing. That is not a good thing. When we're working with pathogens, we want to kill them dead, all of them first time out, so nobody can go back and report anything to anybody. Does that make sense? So now let's fast forward 3 years. Okay. Nobody messes with us, no bad guys, everything is fine. But 3 years from now, another bad guy tries to come in. Now, I've been here this whole time, right? You guys are all new, but I've been here this whole time. So I'm going to go to my filing cabinet. I'm going to go, oh, I know that guy. Hold up. Hold on. Yeah, the blue cup didn't work. The straw didn't work. The fire extinguisher didn't work. Oh, stab him. Hey, guys, when you see the bad guy, go straight for the knife. Stab him. That's the only way to kill him. Make sense? Okay. That is how your immune system works. It keeps records of how to kill each pathogen. And that your immune system is who reads those records and then implements that. Good? Now, what if, before we ever saw the first bad guy, what if we got an email that said, hey, this guy, bad guy, he's in the neighborhood, he's up to no good, and we know that these things don't work, so go straight for the knife. So if we had that bulletin when the first bad guy came in, what would you grab? The knife, right? You're not going to go for the cup. We know it doesn't work. Good? That's what a vaccine is. A vaccine tells your immune system, hey, this is the bad guy, this is what it looks like, and this is how we kill him. So now we just got a bulletin in our filing cabinet that we can refer to when we see that bad guy. It only works on that one bad guy, though, because, you know, there's lots of bad guys. And they all have to be killed differently. Does that make sense? So do you guys understand a little bit more about immunity now? And about vaccines. The only thing a vaccine does is tells your immune system what the bad guy looks like and how to kill it. But if we don't know that information yet, if we're still working with cups and straws and fire extinguishers, there is no vaccine because we don't have the information to give you yet. Good. That's why we have vaccines for some things, but not others. Now, how many of you guys have ever been on antibiotics? Okay. So when you get an infection and you go to the doctor and they put you on antibiotics and you go home, you usually take enough antibiotics until you start to feel better. And then the rest of the antibiotics go where? In the cabinet for later, just in case, right? Just in case. Yeah, but that pharmacist told you to take every single one of those antibiotics. And you didn't. Because nobody ever does. You put them away for later, just in case. All right, so this is what happened. We have 100 bad guys out there. Looks pretty bad for us. So we take antibiotics and we start killing these bad guys one by one as they come in. And we kill enough bad guys that it looks a little more manageable, right? They enough that it scared them off. So they're going to go away. But you know what they're going to go away with? All of that knowledge. They're going to go away knowing about the blue cup and the straw and the fire extinguisher. So the next building that they target, they're going to know what the defenses are and they're going to know how to get around them. So when we're taking antibiotics, we have to kill all of the bad guys, not just a few. If even one bad guy remains, it is bad news for us in the future because they now know our entire defense strategy. So when you're taking antibiotics, you have to take all of them because you just take enough to kill a few bad guys to make yourselves feel better. If you don't kill them all, they will now know our defense system. It's kind of like having North Korea come in and tour our nuclear defense department. open book. I mean, that's not what we want, right? We don't want them to have all of our secrets. So if you get prescribed antibiotics, you need to take them all. Good? Makes sense? All right. So your immune system, when you're fighting something, is trained on how to fight that particular pathogen. It's going to use a whole lot of processes, try to figure out what works. And when it figures out what works and it kills that pathogen, it's going to pass it on to the other white blood cells so they can do the same thing. And we're going to get rid of our pathogen and we're going to get better. Okay. Pathogens need a place to live. They don't survive on surfaces for very long. And they don't survive on dry surfaces long at all. Remember, they have to have fluid. So if we have a bed, a call light, a curtain, remember that there may be pathogens on these things, but unless they're wet, they're probably not alive. There are exceptions to that, but we're going to go with that general rule. Okay. This is a whole big topic, guys. People spend years and years and years and years learning about infection control. There are actually infection control specialists. This is all they do. So I'm really, really, really simplifying this for you, just surface level. Understand it goes a lot deeper than this. Okay. Remember that skin-to-skin contact does not put you at risk. That pathogen can't get out of somebody else and into you through your skin. It doesn't happen that way. So I can shake your hand. I can take your pulse. I can, I don't know, put your socks and shoes on for you, right? Skin to skin contact, no risk. Good? Makes sense? Now, if I'm going to touch your body fluids, however, remember that pathogens can leave the body in body fluids. So if I'm going to touch your body fluids, that does put me a little bit at risk. But remember, the pathogen can't get in through my skin. It can get in through my body openings. But because our hands do things without our permission all the time, right? Yeah. So she just had her hands up here. You just touched your face. You're taking a drink, right? Yep. You just touch your face. Our hands come up here on average about 20 times an hour. So, and you won't even realize it. You probably have no awareness of the last time that you touched your face, but chances are it was within the last 10 minutes. You probably have no awareness of it. So that's where gloves come in, because if you have gloves on, it reminds you, don't bring your hands up here, right? Because you're not going to touch your face with gloves on. Does that make sense? Good. That's the role that gloves play. Yes, they do help provide another barrier, like a second layer of skin, and that's good. But remember, they're there also to remind us not to touch our own body openings. Good? Questions on this? Remember, even if you do touch body fluids, it's not going to get through your skin. If you touch body fluids by accident, go wash your hands.
What about under your nails?
Sure. So body fluids under your nails, you can transport around. And usually we eat with our hands a lot. So that's why when we're washing our hands, we want to circle them on the palms of our hands to try to get body fluids and debris out from under our nails. Now, if we're working with populations, let's say I'm a CNA in a long-term care setting, and I'm working with a lot of patients who have bowel incontinence, a lot of feces everywhere. So in that setting, I'm going to have a nail brush. When I'm washing my hands, I'm going to brush the underneath of my nails as well. Okay. If I'm working in a mother-baby unit and I'm not really, all I'm doing is, charting, taking vital signs, swaddling babies. I'm not even changing diapers because that's the nurse's job. Not really a lot of body fluids hanging around. Then I don't need a nail brush in that setting. Good? Good. I'm going to talk to you about a situation I found myself in just a few minutes. All right. So this is how we can get infected. We have a patient with a pathogen. That pathogen has a doorway out, either a natural body opening or an artificial one. The pathogen leaves the body. The pathogen travels in fluid to us. We have a cut on our hand. The pathogen gets in. We are susceptible, and now we are a host. That is the whole system in how you get infected with anything. Anything. Whether it's norovirus you picked up at Walmart or C. diff you picked up at the local nursing home. This is how every infection is spread. If you understand this, you can start to see areas where you can strengthen your own defenses. Like, don't touch anything wet and sticky that's not yours. That's a pretty good rule. Don't let things from other people's holes into your holes. That's a really good rule. Okay, that's how infections are spread. Good? All right. So when it comes to preventing the spread of infection, don't let stuff from other people's holes into yours. It's that simple. And yes, it applies to everything you're thinking about. So what do gloves do? Why are we even using gloves? Well, if I'm going to touch something wet and sticky that's not mine, I want an extra layer. I also want that reminder not to bring my hands up here. Okay, so gloves are helpful in those two areas, but they're not the magic suit of armor you think they are. I'm going to prove it to you. So let's think about who actually needs these gloves. Who is at risk here, my patient or me? The patient. So when we're wearing gloves, sure, we're thinking about ourselves, right? I don't want to take hepatitis C home to my family. I understand that, but I'm washing my hands. Before care, after care, I'm not bringing my hands up here. I'm going to wash my hands before I eat. I know the steps I need to take to keep myself safe. And I've got access to the sink. But our patients who are laying in bed and too weak to move and can't take care of themselves, and they're in a setting with a whole lot of pathogens, they're the ones at risk. So we need to understand that when we're wearing gloves, we're actually wearing them more for the patients than we are for us. So let's go back to that sandwich scenario a little while ago, right? Who were they wearing gloves for? Yeah, they were wearing gloves for the customer, right? Because they know you don't want them touching your sandwich, right? So in their mind, they're putting those gloves on for the customer, and they're not at all concerned with what they're touching because they're not eating that sandwich. So in healthcare, this is what we do. When we put our gloves on, we stop paying attention to what we touch because it's not us. Is that the mindset we should have? We should be aware of everything we touch because we need to be aware that our patient is the one at risk. Okay, good? I told you it's a long lecture, guys. I told you. All right, so remember, you're pretty healthy. Your immune system is pretty capable of taking care of whatever you get exposed to, but your patient is not. Their immune system is currently busy. They're fighting off some pathogen of some sort. And because we have lots of different pathogens, when your patient is fighting off the one that's trying to kill them and we bring them a whole bunch of others, their immune system can't keep up. And this is what kills patients. In fact, in hospitals right now, 1 out of every 25 people in a hospital gets an infection they did not come in with. And it's going to kill 1 out of every 12 of those. So imagine you get into a car accident, you break your leg. That sucks. You go to the hospital, you have to have surgery. But while you're there, they bring you MRSA. And MRSA gets into your wound. And unfortunately, they're not able to fix that and they have to amputate your leg. This happens every day. And the way it happens is because of us. Now, CNAs, this is super critical, because think about the things that CNAs do. We do mouth care. That's body fluids. We help people with toileting. That's body fluids, right? Almost everything we do, we bathe personal areas. Almost everything that we do as CNAs is going to involve some sort of risk of picking up pathogens from our patients. So it also presents a risk to the patients because those same body openings are going to let things in. Does that make sense? We work around body openings all day, every day. Those doctors, they come in, stand at the end of the bed, and just kind of look at you. They might take a stethoscope out and listen to your heart and lungs. They're not near body fluids very often. So CNA or doctor, who's a bigger risk? CNA. We also spend way more time with the patients than anybody else in healthcare. So who do you think is going to put the patient at risk? CNAs, nurses, or doctors? Do you see why you need to understand this way more than the nurses do? You are going to put your patients at risk if you don't get this. Good? Make sense? We do more things with body openings and we spend more time with the patients. We are the ones that give the patient MRSA and C. diff and hepatitis and all the other yummy treats that we have to offer. So remember, pathogens need a doorway in. They can't get through your skin. So when you're looking at all the ADLs that we do, all of these represent an opportunity for infection. Bathing, feeding, mouth care, denture care, peri-care, catheter care, and toileting all put our patients at risk because we're in areas that can allow pathogens in. So if we're going to be anywhere near those, we probably should wear some gloves just in case we pick something up from a surface. Make sense? Okay. So doorways can let stuff out, but they can also let stuff in. So gloves provide an extra layer of protection for the patient. They're supposed to keep us from introducing additional pathogens to the patient, but they only work if those gloves are clean. So let's talk about that. So if we're going to touch body fluids, personal skin, or non-intact skin, so this is doorways, right? We're going to touch body fluids, personal skin, or non-intact skin, then I want to wear a set of gloves to protect not just me, my patient. But they only work if the first thing you touch is the patient. So you can't tell somebody has a pathogen by looking at them. You can't. You can't tell that this person has hepatitis B. You can't tell that she has MRSA. You can't tell that this one has TB. You can't tell that this one has HIV. And you can't tell that that one has shingles by looking at them. Did you know that those people had those things? There's no sign above their head. And in fact, all of them have not been diagnosed yet, so they don't even know they have it. So how can they tell you if they don't know? You can't tell by looking at somebody whether they have an infection process going on. So if I'm going to touch anybody's body fluids, anybody, I'm going to grab an extra set of gloves for me and them, because if I'm going to touch a body fluid, that means a doorway exists. Make sense? This is called universal precautions or standard precautions. It means that I take this precaution with everybody. I'll tell you a story about this. When my son was 17 years old, almost 18, my oldest son, he was working with his dad and he got injured. And a piece of shelving, metal shelving, fell on his shin and kind of slid down into his ankle. And it went right down into the tendon. It was pretty bad. So my husband calls me and says, oh my gosh, what do I do? Now they're like 3 hours away. So I told him what to go get at the drugstore, clean it, wrap it, bring him home to me. He comes home to me. And the first thing I do is I wash my hands, put on a set of gloves to take a look at the wound. And my son says, Mom, I'm your son. Why are you putting on gloves? Okay, that is coming out of somebody else, right? You have been out of my sight for more than 15 minutes in your life, and I don't know what you've been exposed to. So I need to protect both of us by wearing gloves, but I also need to protect that wound from whatever might be on my hands. Do you see how gloves are not just used to protect you? Does that make sense? But they only work if we use them right. So we're going to use gloves anytime we touch body fluids, personal skin, or non-intact skin on any patient, no matter what they look like, whether I think they have an infection or not, because that set of gloves is there to protect them just as much as it is me. Okay, good. So this is called standard precautions or universal precautions, and it applies to everyone. So anytime we're trying to figure out, do we need gloves? We need to think about, am I going to touch any doorways or anything that came out of a doorway? If the answer is yes, then we need some gloves. If the answer is maybe, I'm not sure, you need gloves. If the answer is nope, just plain skin, you're going to wash your hands before and you're going to wash your hands after, and that's all you need. Okay, good. All right. So the first thing your gloves should touch is the patient, though. We have to keep our gloves clean for that patient. If I walk into a patient's room, put on a pair of gloves, and then do my opening. Hi, Ms. Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today, and I'm here to do range of motion. Is that okay? All right, I'm going to close your curtain. I'm not going to wash my hands because I got gloves on. So is that a good strategy? No, it's not, and it will fail you on the test. So if you walk in the room and you put gloves on right away, you will fail the test. We're going to talk about gloves. Yep, we're going to talk about how to use gloves properly in just a few minutes. Okay, so what's the first thing your gloves should touch? The patient. And then we have to be aware, once we've touched the patient, of what we're touching in the environment. So if I have put gloves on, done mouth care on a patient, I got saliva all over my gloves, should I touch the curtain with those gloves? Should I touch the sheet with those gloves? Should I touch call light with those gloves? Should I touch the drawer with those gloves? You've got to be aware of what you're touching in the environment with those dirty gloves, so we're not spreading pathogens around. Now, we know pathogens don't live outside the body very long, but they do for a short time, and we don't want to contaminate our environment. Good? Make sense? Then we have to figure out how to remove our gloves correctly. This is a big part of wearing gloves, a very big part of wearing gloves. So let me show you how this works. Is anybody in here allergic to latex? Actually, I'll just give you this one. Okay, I'm going to pass this around. Everybody take 2 gloves and pass the box. No, those are non-latex. Let's see here. So when you take the test, does it tell you that you need gloves or you have to know when to wear gloves? You have to know. It's a great question, Latasha. You have to know when to wear gloves. And that's where we're going to go back to if we're going to touch body fluids, personal skin, or non-intact skin, we are going to wear gloves. Okay, body fluids, personal skin, or non-intact skin, you're going to wear gloves. So when I'm going to start a skill, and it's important to understand that this is based on the patient, not the skill. Okay, so let's talk about pulse. Since that's a skill we're about to learn, let's talk about pulse. So with pulse, I'm on their wrist. That's not personal skin. No body fluids hanging around in your wrist, right? And non-intact skin, I mean, that kind of depends on the patient, right? So I can't tell you, well, with pulse, you never ever need gloves. Because what if the patient was in a car accident and has a huge scratch on their arm? Now, same skill, pulse, do I need gloves? Yes, because they have a body opening. So it's never based on the skill. It's always based on the patient. Good? Good? All right, so let's put our gloves on. And normally I give you guys shaving cream to do this. We're not going to do that today. But you can do it at home if you want. So when you have gloves on, imagine that you dip them in shaving cream and now you got gunk all over your gloves, okay? You don't want glove to touch skin. So I can't go underneath to take these gloves off. If I go underneath, where's that shaving cream going to go? On my skin. So in order to take this glove off, I'm going to pinch up here, not underneath. I'm going to pinch up and pull that off inside out. And then I'm going to wind it up in the palm of this hand without touching it. Now, skin can touch skin. I don't want to touch the outside of this glove. I can't pinch here because I'm going to get shaving cream on my hand. Now we would go underneath and pull that one off inside out. So I've got one inside out glove inside the other inside out glove. Good? Okay, you can throw those away or take them home and use them for cleaning. All right. Okay, so we often think about gloves. We're going to take a break here in about 10 minutes. We often think about gloves as a suit of armor, but they're not. They actually aren't. And thinking about them that way is what will get you into trouble. So think about what gloves are actually made out of. Made out of, most of them, latex. Same thing as these balloons. Same thing. So we're going to use the balloons as an example here because they're made out of the same material. So latex is actually, it's a synthetic version of a naturally occurring substance, but we alter it. And when we make it into gloves or balloons, we actually create a fabric with it. So, I mean, if you go find a latex tree, right, and it doesn't look like this, right? We have to alter it to make it into this. So when we create this substance, because it's manufactured, it's going to have holes in it. Now, these holes are super small. You can't see them. They're invisible to the naked eye. But it's kind of like, I mean, you're wearing clothing. And that clothing, you can't see through it. There's no holes in it. But if you held it up to the sun, you can actually see like little itty bitty teeny tiny pinprick holes in there where the material is woven together, right? Same thing here. So we actually see this with balloons. When we go to the store and we have a balloon blown up, they blow up that balloon and it stays big for 2 or 3 days, bops up against the ceiling for birthdays and baby showers and stuff. But what happens to that balloon after a couple days? Deflates, starts to shrink, right? So how does that happen? Well, as the balloon shrinks, goes from this to this to this to this, as it shrinks, what's happening is those air molecules, those helium molecules, are actually wiggling out through the holes in the surface of the balloon. Now, there's 2 things that affect this, time and stretch. Because when we put the helium into the balloon, right? The holes are really small, but as that material stretches, what happens to the holes? They get bigger. So now the helium is able to wiggle out. But that balloon holds the helium for a couple of days. This takes time. It takes time for that helium to kind of wiggle out. So that's why we have a balloon inflated for a couple of days and then it starts to go down. Good? Makes sense? Okay. So if we understand that our gloves are made out of the same thing, that tells us our glove has holes. That glove is not the magic suit of armor that you think it is. If helium can get in and out of these holes, so can viruses. Does that make sense? They have done a million studies on this. They'll have healthcare workers go to the sink, wash their hands super, super good, and they'll take cultures, samples, and they'll put it in a petri dish and leave it. They'll have the nurse go put gloves on, work with the patient, come back, take those gloves off, and they'll culture the hand. Every single time pathogens grow. Think about gloves for a second. When you put gloves on, what do they make your hands do? Sweat. So we blocked out light and we have sweaty hands that's holding in heat. So we have warm, dark, moist. What is the ideal breeding environment for pathogens? Warm, dark, moist. So when we put gloves on, and those gloves have holes, and the pathogens get through the gloves, they get onto the hand, which is the ideal breeding environment for those pathogens. And this is what's much more likely to put you at risk, because healthcare workers have this false mindset. I wore gloves, so I'm safe and don't need to wash my hands. This is what will put you at risk. Does that make sense? Now, glove manufacturers know this, so they started putting stuff in the gloves like this powder that's really irritating or has a bad smell. The whole purpose of that is to get you to go to the sink and wash your hands. That is the whole purpose of that. Because they figure if it irritates you enough, you'll go wash it off. And yet we don't. We'll use a little hand sanitizer. Right? Remember, your hand is going to sweat with gloves on. That means that the pathogens that got through are now multiplying. Your job is to get those off your hands before you go to the next patient. Is that good? Make sense? Hi. Oh. Yes, I do. Okay, guys, give me 2 seconds, please. Yeah, I'm sorry. We changed our hours. Yeah, and Jake's not here yet.
Come to the shipping side, and he's usually there.
Yeah, I think he actually. Let me look real quick before I think he.
I saw the yesterday. I came to pick up my mom's uniform, and I saw
The packages.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, let me look. Yeah, hold on 1 second. Here you go. I'm so sorry. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good one.
You too. Sorry about that, guys. Okay, so we need to understand that when we wear gloves, And the surface of our hand is going to get sweaty. Those pathogens that get through are going to have the best breeding environment. If we don't take the step of washing those off, we will then transfer them to the next patient. Does that make sense? This right here, oh, good, awesome. This right here is the main reason or the main way that pathogens get spread from one patient to another. Is because we wear gloves and we think they're there to protect us. So in our mind, when we take the gloves off, we don't wash our hands, and then we spread a pathogen to the next patient. So do you see how having a little bit of knowledge can actually be dangerous because we don't have the whole story? It's just like wearing gloves when they're making your sandwich. You thought it was doing something good, but it turns out it's really not. So that's what I need you to get out of this lecture. Everybody good with that? Okay. Did you learn something? All right. So if pathogens got through your glove and onto your hands and multiplied, after you remove your gloves, you must make sure that you wash your hands. That's the biggest, most important part of this lecture is if you wear gloves, wash your hands. They did not keep your patient safe. They won't keep your next patient safe. I'll put it that way. They won't keep your next patient safe. So glove removal, we've already been over this, but glove removal is on page 43, tells you step-by-step how to do it. And here's a picture graph that shows you how this works. We're going to pinch up at the cuff, pull it off, wind it up in the ball of our hand, go underneath the cuff, and then pull that one off. So these are the 4 steps of glove removal. All right, so to review glove rules, so just like skill rules, remember skill rules? We follow what tells us what to do with each patient. Okay, so we're going to follow the care plan, the whole care plan, and nothing but the care plan. While we're doing that, what should we also be doing with the patient? Observing, and then who do we tell those observations to? The nurse. So that applies to every single skill we do, right? This also applies to every single skill. We're going to use gloves if we might touch body fluids, personal skin, or non-intact skin. The first thing those gloves should touch is the patient. We're going to pay attention to what our dirty gloves have touched once we've contaminated them. And then we have to remember to remove them correctly to prevent cross-contamination. Good? Questions on that? Okay, so now we're ready to learn pulse because we now know skill rules. We follow the care plan. We now know how to do the opening. Knock, knock, knock. Hi, Ms. Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. How are you? I'm here to take your pulse. Is that okay? Close curtain, wash hands, get supplies. We now know to evaluate if we need gloves for that patient and that skill. And we know how to do our closing. So the only thing that's left to learn now, to learn how to do pulse, is pulse-specific steps. Good? Any questions so far? Have I gone too fast for anybody? All right, we're going to take a break here. You'll have 15 minutes, come back at 5 after, and I'm going to teach you how to take a pulse. Okay? This is our first actual skill. How exciting. Oh, Bunja asks, where are we going to dispose the dirty glove? In the trash. Yep, just throw it away.
Okay. All right. Any questions on what we've gone over so far? Any questions?
Yeah. So when it says performing exercises to the wrist with no wounds, it's still personal skin, so would you still wear a glove or no?
Well, the wrist isn't considered personal skin. So personal skin would be skin normally covered by a bathing suit. So the breast area on females, the genital area on both sexes. So anything that, you know, if you were on the beach, what would normally be covered? Okay, that's considered personal skin. So the wrist, since it's not personal, as long as there's no body openings. So if they got a brand new cat at home and they got lots of cat scratches, we would need gloves. Good?
If the patient's like, I prefer if you wear gloves,
Mhm.
actually, should you just
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, never remember we're there to help them, right? So if the patient asks for something and it's within my power to grant it, absolutely. No problem. And we don't know their past experience. Maybe they had a situation where in the past they caught something in a clinical setting. Remember, 1 out of every 25 people that affects. So maybe they're scared that, you know, now that they're here in our setting, that they're going to catch something again. So they may ask for gloves, certainly. And it's absolutely within their right. But if we're going to wear gloves, what's the first thing they should touch? The patient, not the supplies, not the curtain, not the drawer, not everything else. Make sure you keep those gloves clean because that's the whole point. Good? Make sense? All right, so let's learn about pulse here. What is a pulse? Well, a pulse, when you, so, okay, on the left side of your chest, you have a heart. And that heart squeezes. And when the heart squeezes, it pushes a wave of blood out. That wave pushes the one in front of it. That wave pushes the one in front of it, and so on. Make sense? Okay. So when we have a patient that we're taking their pulse, what we're going to do is count the waves that we feel go under our finger, and that tells us how many times the heart beat. So we're not actually listening to the heartbeat. We're counting the waves because we know the wave was created when the heart beat. So this is actually called an indirect heart measurement because we're not evaluating the heart, we're evaluating the waves that the heart created. Does that make sense? Okay. Even slasher movies get this right. Anybody watch slasher movies? Yeah. So when they cut off a body part, the blood spurts, right? Spurts, spurt, spurt, spurt. Well, that's what's happening here. Spurt, no spurt, spurt, no spurt, spurt, no. So even slasher movies get this right. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to take 2 fingers. We're going to press down on that artery. And if we do that, we should be able to feel this wave as it goes underneath our fingers. We'll feel it as a thump. That's all a pulse is. We're going to press down on the artery. We're going to feel for the thumps, count how many there are over a minute. Pulses are always measured over a minute. And we're going to record that reading. Now, we don't want to use our thumb. Your thumb has its own artery. If you use your thumb to press down on the patient's artery, chances are you'll pick up your own pulse, which isn't going to help us a bit. So we don't want to use our thumb. We're going to use 2 fingers. And we want to use the fingertips, not the flat part of the fingers. You have more nerve endings in the fingertips. So it'll actually help you find that pulse a lot easier if you're not using the flat part. The top part is what we want to look for. So we're going to press down on the artery. We're going to feel the thumps. We're going to pick a starting point on the clock. We're going to say start out loud, and then we're going to count the thumps we feel under our finger for whatever period of time that we're going to count for, okay? Normal pulse rate is between 60 and 100. That's normal. So if we get 62, is that normal? If we get 98, is that normal? If we get 76, is that normal? Okay, if we get 108, is that normal? So what would we want to do with not normal? Report it to the nurse. Absolutely. So we just go find the nurse and we say, hey, pulse is 108. Let them figure out what to do. We don't need to solve that problem. We just need to find the problem and report it. Okay? Be careful here. Don't rationalize. I've seen a lot of CNAs do this, especially once you get out in the field a little bit and you start to learn and you get comfortable. Patient's pulse rate is 52. CNA says to themselves, it's not a big deal. I know they're on beta blockers that, a lot of people are on that medication, keeps their pulse rate low. I'm not going to report this. That's okay. Can you make that decision? No. Be very careful there. So on the state exam, if there's an abnormal reading, your answer is to report it. Now, sometimes the state test is going to get a little tricky. They'll give you information that is designed to distract you. Okay? Be careful. If it's abnormal, you don't get to make a judgment. You report it. Doesn't matter what the circumstances are around that abnormal. If it's abnormal, what do? Report it. Does that make sense? Okay. All right. So we're going to press down on the artery. We're going to count the thumps that we feel under our finger. We're going to use 2 fingers, not our thumb. Now, the pulse is going to be located at the very top of the bendy part of the wrist, right underneath the thumb. So let me tell you an easy way to find a pulse. Remember, we're not going to use our thumb, right? Okay. So if you put your hand out like you're going to shake somebody's hand with your thumb pointing up, right here along the top of your wrist, you have a bone. Find your bone. And then put 2 fingers on that bone, fingertips, stand it up like you're going to dive off a cliff, like you're going to teach somebody how to dive off the cliff. and then roll your fingers forward and put your thumb on the back, and you will probably feel your thumps. It is located, the artery is located right underneath that bone. So if you're on top of the bone and roll forward, you're pushing that artery against the bone, which is what we need to do to feel the thumps. Did everybody find their thumps? Everybody find it? Did you find it? Find it? Everybody good? Did you find it? Find somebody else's. Grab a partner. You can turn around. Don't count it, just find it. Just find it. Just find it.
Loud and strong. Yep.
Put your thumb on the back side. So that's a very important step. A lot of people skip this, thumb on the back. Let me explain why this is important. When you're counting, the minimum amount of time we count is 15 seconds. That's the minimum. But most of the time it's going to be 60. Well, for the test, it's always 60 seconds. But when you just put your fingers there, you might find the pulse. You might get lucky and find the pulse. The problem is that 15 seconds is a long time. A minute is an eternity. And what will happen is you'll find the pulse, but your fingers will relax during that time frame and you'll lose it. And then you'll have to start again and start again and start because you'll keep losing it. If you put your thumb on the back side like this, that holds consistent pressure and it keeps you from losing that pulse. It actually makes it easier to feel. So your hand should be in a C shape. You guys see the difference there? So the thumb on the back side of the wrist is way more important than you think it is. Okay, good. That's what I'm here for, to teach you all the little hidden things. Can't find it? Okay, move your fingers up closer to your thumb. Yeah, so you want to be at the lines, the bendy part, not down here. You've got a lot more fat and muscle there, so it's harder to find that artery. Right here at the bendy part, where the lines are, your artery is closest to the surface right there. So it's much easier to find. So we want to be at the lines. So this is about where your fingers should be. Okay. So good? Everybody good with this? All right. Notice the patient's elbow is on the bed. Now, this is an important step. We don't want the patient's arm held out in midair. Remember, we talked about that a little bit on Monday. So what happens is if I'm taking a pulse and my patient's arm is out like this takes effort. The muscles are going to have to be engaged to keep my arm extended. And in fact, the longer I do this, the heavier it gets. So I'm going to have to put more and more and more effort into it. Well, because my muscles are engaged, they require blood. Okay, everybody with me? So they require blood flow to engage the muscles. So if I'm doing this, that is causing more blood flow to be put into that area. That's going to cause my heart rate to speed up to push more blood flow into the area. So if the arm is extended, the pulse rate will be elevated. Are we getting an accurate reading? Nope. Does that make sense? So anytime we're working with patients, that elbow needs to be supported. No matter what skill it is, The elbow needs to be supported. Doesn't matter whether it's the bed, the table, your hand, I don't care. Somebody needs to be helping that elbow out. Good? Make sense? All right. So, question, how long do we count the pulse? Answer depends on the care plan. So, I told you 15 seconds is the minimum amount of time. 60 seconds is the maximum. How do we know which one we're going to use? The care plan. So, this is the care plan from the state exam. This care plan says patient will be lying in bed for skill, take the patient's radial pulse, and it even tells you where that radial pulse is, measured at the wrist for 1 full minute, and record our readings. So this tells us exactly what to do here. This is a pretty detailed care plan. Radial pulse for 1 full minute. Okay, everybody good with that? So what are we counting? How long are we counting for? If you do not follow this, you fail. So let me explain to you how people fail this skill. This is a pretty easy skill, actually. How do people fail this? Well, some people decide to get a little fancy and they pull out a stethoscope and they listen to the heart to gauge the pulse. Is that what our care plan tells us to do? Are we following the care plan? What happens if we don't follow the care plan? We fail. It doesn't matter what number you get. This skill is not about a number. This skill is about following the care plan. So another way people fail the care plan is they count for 15 seconds. They multiply that by 4 to get the full minute. So they don't want to stand there and count for a full minute. So they take a shortcut. Is that following the? So what's going to happen to their score? They will fail. Not because of the number. Are you starting to see the test is not grading you on the number? It's grading you on following the care plan. That's the secret to passing the state exam. Are you sick of the care plan yet? I got 3 more weeks with you. You're going to hear a whole lot more about that care plan because that forms the basis of everything we do. Good? Good. All right. So our answer to this question is whatever the care plan tells us to do, but in a clinical setting, so let's say that we're working in a nursing home or a hospital or something like that, and the care plan doesn't tell us 1 full minute. They don't specify. We're open. We can do anything we want to. Well, in that case, we're going to take a shortcut. We're going to count for 15 seconds. Now, if you look at this clock, right, 1 minute is 1 all the way around. So 15 seconds, if I did that 4 times, it would give me the 1 minute. Good? Makes sense? So if I count for 15 seconds and I multiply that by 4, that gives me my whole minute reading. So you can use this. This is okay to use as long as the care plan doesn't tell you any different. But our care plan, go back 1, our care plan said 1 full minute. So we can't use this on the test. You can use it in a clinical setting. You just can't use it on the test. And some places, the care plan will tell you can use a pulse ox. How do we know what method to use? The care plan. Good? Questions?
Why would you use a pulse ox?
So we use a pulse ox for a couple of reasons. Number 1, convenience. Number 2, speed. And number 3 is because we simply don't trust the workers that we have. So let me explain what I mean by that. Now, I teach in a way that makes it easy to understand. I don't give you a lot of extra information, but I make sure you get what you need. Does that sound fair? Okay. A lot of people don't understand what a pulse is. And their teachers never explained it. They just said, count the pulse for 60 seconds because the care plan said go practice. Okay. Now, if you don't really understand what the pulse is and what we're doing, that doesn't really help you. So on my YouTube channel, on this video, I get comments every single day. And one of the most common comments I get is, what happens if you get something other than 60? Now, it took me a while to figure out what they were asking. So if they're counting and they get 60, what do you think they're actually counting? The seconds. Yeah, they're not counting what they're feeling. They're counting the seconds. Well, that doesn't help us a bit. I don't care that you can count seconds. I want to know how many times this guy's heart thumped in that 60 seconds. They're counting the wrong thing. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? Now, this can really get confusing because the normal pulse rate is 60 to 100. So you might get 60. But I'm going to tell you, as a brand new CNA, if you get 60, count again. Make sure you were counting the right thing. Okay.
I think I am kind of confused.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't really understand. Like, so when we're like what are we exactly are we counting?
We are counting the thumps we feel under our finger. So when you put your fingers there and you feel thump, 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 I'm counting those.
So you're just counting those. That's it.
Right. 1,
Okay.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. How many of those we count in a minute is our pulse rate. Okay. So does that make sense? Okay. So that means that out there are some CNAs that don't really understand what taking a pulse is. And yet they pass the test. So they are CNAs. So your question was, why would people use a pulse ox, right? Well, if we have inconsistent training and we have a lot of caregivers out there that may not have the knowledge, that the best knowledge, if we use automated devices like this, it helps ensure accuracy. Now, the problem is that I don't want you to rely on this. Because if you rely on this, they can work you right out of a job. You still need to know how to take a manual pulse. Plus, what if the battery is bad in this? Or what if this tells you the pulse rate is 142? Is the pulse rate 142? We don't know. How would we really know? Count it ourselves. Yeah, because if you go to the nurse, you say, hey, the pulse rate's 142, they're going to go running down the hallway. If they get in that room and the pulse is only 68, they're going to look at you like you're nutty. And you're going to say, well, but the machine said. Never let a machine do a better job than you, because it will take your job. They're good tools. They're good tools, but they're just tools. You still have to know how to take it manually. Make sense? So anything that we take with an automated device, if we get an abnormal reading, we should always double check it manually. And that's why we have to learn this. But yeah, they are a time saver for sure. They are. All right. So everybody good with this? We can count for 15 seconds, the thumps we feel under our finger, and multiply that number by 4 to get a full reading, unless our care plan says to count the thumps for 1 full minute. So if you go to page 53, at the top of page 53, we see the care plan, and this is the care plan from the state exam. Patient will be lying in bed for skill. Take the patient's radial pulse, measured at the wrist for 1 full minute, and record your reading. So let's stop there for just a second. Let's talk about other pulse areas. The wrist is not the only place that you can take a pulse. But for CNAs, it is the most common place to take a pulse. There are other pulse points in the body, but remember on day one, we learned that CNAs do normal, right? Routine tasks, stable patients. You guys remember all that? Well, a radial pulse at the wrist, that's normal. Other pulse points, not normal. So who does not normal? The nurse. So if we need a pulse taken in another area of the body, that is the nurse's responsibility. Now you can be trained. Remember, we have that whole delegation thing. You can be trained for specific cases, but in generally speaking, CNAs take the pulse at the wrist. Now, there's other pulse areas. There's the carotid way up here at the top of the neck. We use this for CPR because it's a big artery and it's pretty easy to find. So if we think you're dead, that's where we're going because it's easy to evaluate. Okay. There is the armpit or axillary, like in babies, you can put your fingers in their armpit and actually feel the brachial artery. You can feel the brachial artery here in the elbow, which we're going to do next Monday when we do blood pressure. We have femoral, which is in the groin. We have popliteal at the back of the knee. And we have dorsal pedalis, which is the top of the foot. There's other pulse points as well, but those are the main ones. Now, let me explain to you why we would use the radial as CNAs, okay? So I'll pick on you for a second. So if I'm going to take her pulse, and I know you guys at home can't see, but if I'm going to take her pulse, this is pretty okay for her, right? I don't feel like I'm in her personal space. How do you feel?
Uncomfortable.
Uncomfortable, yeah. So what I did is I put my hand around her neck, and that will make your patient feel very uncomfortable. Make sense? So if we have an uncomfortable patient, that is going to cause anxiety. Anxiety raises the heart rate. So we're going to get an elevated heart rate. Is that accurate? No, it's elevated because we elevated it. Making sense? So the care plan is very specific here. The care plan says, take the patient's radial pulse, and just in case you don't know where the radial pulse is, it's going to tell you at the wrist, just so everybody's on the same page. So if you try to take a pulse anywhere else, the evaluator is going to say that's not what the care plan says. Like if you put your hand into somebody's groin during the test to take a pulse, to show off you can be fancy, they're going to stop you. Good? So you're starting to see, don't get fancy on the test. Follow the care plan. Good? Okay. All right, so here, let me go back real quick. So we've got step-by-step instructions. If you follow these instructions exactly, if you do step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4, step 5, if you just go through this and do this exactly the way it's written, you'll pass the test. Not only will you pass the test, you'll get a perfect score. So these steps are designed to teach you how to do the skill. Have you ever in high school, when you were learning something, teacher ever tell you, okay, now go home and practice? You get home, you're like, I don't know what to practice. I don't know if I'm doing it right. I don't know. So you don't practice. You just don't practice because there's nobody there to tell you whether you're doing it right. Well, I wanted to avoid that with you. You've got a book that goes home with you. This book will tell you whether you're doing it right. So if you've got a live human laying around at home, get a live one. Dead ones won't help you. Get a live one. Hand them this book and tell them, read these steps to me. Read them out loud. They read the step, you do it. 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 This is how you develop muscle memory on how to perform the skill. So when you get to the test, you don't have to think about how to do it. Your muscles already know how. Have you ever driven somewhere? Have you ever driven somewhere, got all the way there and realized that you have no memory of the drive? Like you zoned throughout the, it's like, wow, I'm already here. You zoned the whole drive, right? That's muscle memory. and you were operating a 2,000-pound deadly killing machine. Okay? Your brain does not have to be engaged during the test if you practice. But make sure you're practicing the right way. Okay? That's what this does. Now down here, you've got your supplies. You'll see you'll need a clock, which will be right above the bed during the test. You'll need a pen, which they're going to provide. And you're going to need a documentation form. Now here in the middle of the page, you can actually see the documentation form that will be used during the exam. But if you go to page, I think it's 168. Try 168. So these are the documentation forms that are used on the state exam. You can make copies of this and play with it when you're practicing. I have a clipboard up there that has the documentation sections on it, so you can use that when you're practicing. All of this is available for you to get used to the way the state test is going to ask you to document. And we do have a question here from Latasha. It says, are you able to count again on the test, or can you only do it one time? And that's a great question. The answer is you can count as many times as you want to. Okay, you can count as many times as you want to. If you lose count, if your mind wanders, it's not a big deal. You can start over. But here's the secret to the test. This test is not about you. Never has been, never will be. This test is 100% about the patient. Those evaluators are focused on the patient. How are you making the patient feel? Is the patient safely in the middle of the bed? Are you taking steps that puts our patient at risk? Are you unnecessarily exposing the patient? Did you explain to the patient what's happening to them? Right? They're focused 100% on that patient, not on you. Every action you take has an effect on and that's what they're grading you on. So if you have to start over, who do you think you should tell? The patient. Oops, sorry, mind wandered. I got to start again. Talk to the patient. They're not a byproduct of this process. They are the reason for the process. Don't talk to the evaluators. They're smart cookies. They'll keep up. I guarantee it. No, you don't. You can if you want to, but you don't have to. Just, oops, lost track, starting over. Okay. Yep, sorry. And you can tell them I'm nervous. It's okay. You are allowed to be human, by the way. You are. We don't want robots. We want humans. You are allowed to be human. Oops, I'm super nervous. I just want to get this right. I'm going to start again. Perfectly okay. Good question, Latasha. And Valencia asks, are you only teaching CNA? And my answer is yes. That is 100% my focus is on CNA. I've been doing this for 17 years. I have a million requests to do LPN and RN teaching because I break everything down and make it easy. But my goal is to train as many CNAs the right way, because a good majority of you will go on for nursing. And if you take these principles that I'm teaching you with you into nursing, we will create the very best nursing army that we can. But it starts here. And I can have a whole lot more impact on you starting here than splitting my focus. So CNA is all I do. And I am 100% in on CNA. And I create a lot of content specifically for you guys to make it easy. All right. So on this page, going back to page 53, you can see the documentation sheet and how to fill it out. And then down here are 5 questions related to this topic. So you can make sure that you got this concept down before you start practicing. You understand the important points. If you do all the questions in this book, there are over 2,000 questions in here. In this book. I have several thousand more on my website. Totally different questions. If you go through this book and the online course that you all got enrolled in, there's no way you can fail. It is statistically impossible. Okay. I do all the hard work for you. All you got to do is follow the trail that I've laid. All right. So we're not going to let that arm hang out in midair. We're going to make sure that elbow is supported. Remember, your patient's laying on the bed, so just use the bed. We're not going to use our thumb to take the pulse. We're going to use 2 fingers, and we want to make sure we're using the tips, not the flat part of the fingers. Radial pulse is at the top of the thumb side of the wrist. Remember, at the lines, at the bendy part, and we want to make sure our thumb is on the back side of the wrist. We're going to report it over 1 minute. All pulses are always reported over 1 minute. How long you count is up to the care plan. Normal is between 60 and 100. And remember, for the test, we have to say start when we start counting and stop when we stop counting, so the evaluators can count when we do. Okay. Now, in Florida, we have 2 evaluators. We learned that on Monday. So because each evaluator has to evaluate you independently. Remember, I said they can't collaborate? That means that you have to count with, each evaluator. So you're going to do this skill 2 times. But you don't have to do the opening and the closing 2 times, just the counting part 2 times. Okay, good. Any questions? Any questions? All right. So we're going to, let me leave this up. So I'm going to split you up into groups right now. And let's see here. So if I can ask you to bring your chair around here and face them. So I'm going to have you 3 work together. So you're going to have to get just a little bit closer. So I'm going to, let's see here. Can you take that red chair and turn it around so it's facing them? Okay. All right. So I'd like you to come sit in this chair and kind of move it in the middle. And then I'm going to ask you to come sit here. Yep. So you'll go in and move that chair to the middle. Okay. So let's see here. I've got you 3. I've got you 3. So I'm going to work with you. Okay. So what we're going to do, I'm going to show you how we're going to set this up. Okay. So when I point to you, you are the patient. So keep this in mind. So patient, patient. I'll be your patient, patient, and patient. Okay. If I pointed to you and said that you were the patient, you're going to put both of your arms out on the table like this. Now, both of your arms, both of them out. So now the other 2 people in each group, you guys, one of you is the CNA, the other one is the evaluator. Okay. So you are going to find the pulse on this hand, and you are going to find the pulse on this hand. Now, a couple things real quick that you may not know. There's 2 ways that you can hold an arm for a pulse. And I'm going to borrow you for a second. Is this on screen? Okay. Scoot this way a little bit. I need you on screen. There we go. Okay. 2 ways that you can find the pulse. See, my hand is over the wrist like this. You see that? So if I were on this side of the patient, over the wrist is how I would go, because this is comfortable. This is easy. Now, if I was on this side of the patient, though, this is a little awkward. So I could come under. Okay. So you can go over or you can go under, but my fingers are in the same place. It's just how my hand is positioned. So it depends on which side of the patient you're on. You want to use your dominant hand. So if you're right-handed, use your right hand. If you're left-handed, use your left hand to count the pulse. Okay, so put your arms out. So you're going to find the pulse on this wrist. You're going to find the pulse on that wrist. So find the pulse. So you'll find the pulse on that wrist. Yep. Okay, so when you find the pulse, When you find the pulse, I want you to say yes.
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 Go up to the ceiling a little bit. No, up, 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 up. There you go. Got it? Got it?
Does the patient say the thumb was actually up?
Relax. Yeah, you're just, yep, relax. Got it? Let me know when you have it. Everybody good? All right, I'm going to say start in just a second. When I say start, you are going to count the thumps you feel under your finger until I say stop. Don't stop counting until I say stop. Everybody good? Ready? Hold on one second. Ready, set, start. Stop. Okay. What'd you get?
70,
What'd you get?
79.
69.
I got 84. Okay. Okay. When you patient, so my patients for a second, my patients. How long was that minute? Like forever, right? Yeah, you're like, aren't you done yet? Come on. I know I heard laughing even, right? Like, how long is this, right? You get nervous. So that's very normal. Your patients are going to have that same reaction. That minute is going to feel like an eternity. Now, remember, your patients are already self-absorbed and they're worried that whatever is wrong with them is going to kill them. So the longer you take with this, the more stressed out they're going to get. That's going to raise the heart rate because of anxiety. So if you tell them, hey, this is going to take me about a minute, I'll let you know when I'm done. Now they know a minute, it's a long time, and they'll relax a little bit. Does that make sense? Okay. Minute's a very, very long time. Stay where you are. You are now the patient. You are now the patient. You're going to do it on me one more time. You are now the patient, and you are now the patient. So patients, please put your hands out, supported on the table. Are you right-handed? Left-handed? Okay, that's okay.
Same number.
Let me have my hand back 1 second. Are you right-handed? Okay, so if you're right-handed, we're going to go way up here. Good? Good? I know you guys don't have a whole lot of room over there. Be able to find it? Okay. Oops, sorry. Right here. You have to be careful not to press too hard because it's like a straw. If you press too hard, you'll crimp it.
You won't feel it.
You won't feel anything.
I learned that.
So start light and go a little bit deeper, a little bit deeper. Got it? Got it? Okay, everybody ready? Oh, I'm sorry. Everybody ready? Yeah, mine's. Try this one. Hold on. Technical difficulties. You're fine. Good? Everybody ready? And start. you get? Okay, I got 84, but that's okay. All right, what'd you get? What'd you get?
I got 63. I got 53.
Okay, what'd you get?
75.
Okay. Okay, that's all right. Remember, you guys aren't going to be accurate today. It's okay. Okay, good. All right. So last person is now the patient. You can take a break. Last person is now the patient. Everybody ready? No?
You want me to move this up a little
So
bit?
we want to use our fingertips, not the flat. So see how my fingers are, I'm using my tips right there. Oh, she's got to go right there, right there.
I know. I felt it earlier.
Yeah. So you want to come up a little bit more? Oops. Everybody ready? One second. So it's right here. Relax for me. Relax.
Okay, I got it.
Okay. All right. Ready, set, start. Stop. How'd you guys do?
And my fingers weren't right.
Okay.
I got 58. I got
Okay.
52. Yeah. Yours was
Okay.
slow. I was really slow.
Oh, 65.
Okay. All right. You guys can go ahead and resume your normal seats.
Your pose is much stronger than mine. Than hers combined.
Okay. Do you guys understand how to take a pulse now? Where to find the pulse? How long to count for? And what are we counting? The thumps, the waves, right. They're going to feel like thumps under our finger. How long do we count for? According to the care plan. So if our care plan says a full minute, then we're going to count for 1 full minute, right? Everybody good with that? Some people are, and that's why we have normal as a range. So 60 to 100, that's a huge range. It's going to be affected by a lot of different variables. If you're cold, if you're hot, yeah, your blood volume, if you're hungry, if you're tired, all of those things, if you're drinking energy drinks or caffeine, all of those things are going to affect how fast your heart is beating. Exercise affects that as well. So we want to try to, when we're taking a pulse, we want to try to find a time where our patient is pretty much sedentary for about 15 minutes. you just kind of to get a baseline, right? If they just walked around the nurse's station 6 times, not a good time to get a pulse rate on them. Okay, good. Makes sense? Everybody good with that? All right, so we have a question here from Latasha. When do you start counting when looking at the clock? So when you're doing it, because I actually did the timing for you for this skill. You found the pulse. I told you start and stop. But for the test, you're going to do that. So you want to look at the clock and pick a starting point. You don't have to wait until the second hand gets to the 12 unless you want to. If you want to, that's fine. That's okay. But I will start on any number. I just have to remember that number because the second hand has to get all the way back to that number for a full minute to have gone by. Does that make sense? So here's what I do. I'm going to give you a little nursing secret. Okay. So I find the pulse and I look at the clock and I'm going to start. Let's say that I start on the 9, right? So here we go. Ready, set, start. Okay. So now I've got to remember I'm counting, but I got to remember 9, right? And I'm counting. So that can really mess me up. So I make this hand responsible for timing. So what I do, what number is this? Okay, so if I start with the second hand on the 1, this hand does this. Now I know, without having to remember it, what number am I going to end on?
1.
Okay, if I start on the 2, this hand tells me I'm going to end on. If I start on 3, right? So that goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? 6 I can remember because it's, at the bottom. That's easy to remember. Now, 7, 8, 9, 10, those are a little bit harder. But if you know sign language, this actually becomes easier. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So this hand will keep track of where I started. Make sense? Okay. So I don't have to remember. Now, another way you can do it is you can say the number that you started on before each number that you're counting, like 2, 1, 2, 2, 2, 3, 2, 4, 2, 5, 2, 6, 2, 7, 2, 8, 2, 9. So now I know I'm going to end on the 2. You can do that as well. That's another little trick. That doesn't work when your patient's pulse is really fast, though. Because when you get into like 46, 47, 48, and the pulse is going like, it's really hard to say all those syllables in your brain and keep track, and it's a big problem. So it's easier if you just make your hand do it. Good? Does that make sense? Okay, hope that helped, Latasha. All right, so Merlanda asks, if I count 30, should I multiply that by 4? So my question is, how long did you count for? Because multiplying by 4 doesn't have anything to do with the number that we get. It has everything to do with the time we counted for. So if you counted for 15 seconds, yes, you have to multiply that by 4. If you counted for a full minute and got 30, what will we do with that? Report it to the nurse, right? We're not going to multiply that by anything. It's not the number that determines whether we multiply. It's the time that determines whether we multiply. Everybody clear on that? Got it? Okay, good question. And Kanisha joins in quite often. Kanisha says, I had this skill and I passed it on the first try. And that's our goal. We want everybody to pass on the first try. So good job. Good job. All right. So let's go to our next skill. This is dressing a resident with a weak arm, page 102. Now things are going to get a little more complex. So we're graduating from kindergarten to first grade. You guys ready for this? All right. So when we look at this page, remember, this is our overview page. This tells us a little bit about what we need to know for this particular skill. So this is our overview page. So here along the edge, you can see all the principles that are involved in this skill. We have skill rules. We already know that one. We have the opening. We know that one too. We have glove rules. We know that one. And then we have barrier rules. Oh, we don't know that one yet. We have privacy blanket. Yeah, we don't know that one yet. We have linen rules. Oh my gosh, something else to learn. And then we go all the way down here to our skills specific and the closing we already know. Remember over here, this is our 3-step peanut butter and jelly, right? So it breaks it down into just the basics. We have a video for this. But all of these principles, there's some here that we know and some that we don't. They're all spelled out for us here. But I never ask you to learn anything on your own. So we're going to go through these principles that we don't yet know. Down here at the bottom, you'll see skill-specific information. You'll see for this skill, somebody with your level of experience should be able to dress a resident in 14 minutes or less. Now, I don't know about you, but it does not take me 14 minutes to put clothes on in the morning. Might take me that long to figure out what I'm going to wear. But to actually put them on does not take 14 minutes. They give you way more time than you actually need here. You're going to be doing this on a mannequin. And that mannequin's going to be in bed. Charting is not required for this skill. So let's get into the principles that we need to learn to perform this skill successfully. And the good news is, just like the opening, we learned the opening once, and we're going to repeat it every single skill. We learned the closing once, and we're going to repeat it every single skill. Well, these principles that we're going to learn won't be repeated every single skill, but when they do show up, they're always done the same way. Okay, good, good. All right, so barrier, privacy blanket, and linen rules is what we need to learn. So we're going to start with the barrier. So we've got a page 84 on this specific principle. Again, I've got a video on this, so you can watch the video. You'll get a link to it tonight in the wrap-up emails. Now, barrier, this is used in a lot of skills. If you look over here, these are all the skills we're going to learn how to do, okay? All the skills we're going to learn how to do. And you can see that it's going to be featured in a little more than half of them, about 3/4 of them. So this is one of those principles. It won't show up every skill, but most. Okay. So we want to learn all of the steps of the barrier. I've got a lesson on this. Of course, I took notes for you. That's going to be on page 85. So you don't need to take the notes. But let's talk about these tables. This is called an overbed table because I can actually push it underneath the bed. The bottom of it goes underneath the bed and the top of it goes over the bed. So it's called an overbed table. And you'll see these in every clinical setting. We use them for everything, but the patient uses them as well. So these aren't just for us, they're for the patient. This is the patient's dining room table. They're going to eat on here. But it's also their catch-all table because they can't a lot of times get up out of bed to go where they need to go. They may be weak or they may be injured or whatever the case may be. So this is going to hold a lot of their frequently used items. So this is an overbed table. It's used for meals and it's used to hold everything else like books and Jell-O and chapstick and cell phones and Kleenex and hairbrush and all kinds of stuff. But when we're doing skills, a lot of our skills are going to require supplies. Now, if we're going to use supplies, we have to have a place to put those supplies. Our supplies are clean. Now, if you remember the opening, hi, Miss Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. I need to get you dressed. Is that okay? Close curtain, wash hands, and get my supplies because I have to have clean hands to get my clean supplies. Everybody good with that? Okay. So supplies are clean. and we have to have clean hands to get them. But if we need a place to put those clean supplies, we have to understand that this table is not clean. So what we need to do is create a clean surface on this table. To do that, we're going to use something very specific. It's a barrier, okay? A barrier. A barrier is just something that goes between. That's all a barrier is, something that goes between. But, making a mess here. But for the test, we're going to use a very specific type of barrier. So, this is called an underpad. More specifically, it's called a disposable underpad. So it's one that we're going to use and then discard, okay? So this is an underpad. But you're going to find out as we go through this program that everything in healthcare has two names. I don't know why, but everything has two names. So this is a disposable underpad, also called a chucks, because it's the kind of underpad that we chuck it after we use it. Okay? Now this is also an underpad. This is a washable underpad. This underpad is going to be used on the patient and then laundered and reused. So both of these are underpads, but we're going to use different names for them. That is a chucks, because we chuck it. This is a bed pad. Okay? You guys understand the difference? One is washable and reusable. That's the bed pad. And the chucks is disposable. So for the test, we're going to use chucks. They're absorbent. You can see the absorbent side. They're plastic lined, so they're waterproof. When we use this, we're always going to put it on our table with the absorbent side facing up. Okay, good. Questions?
You don't have gloves on at this point, right?
We do not have gloves on at this point. So we've done our opening, we closed our curtain, we washed our hands. We're going to go get our chucks and we're going to get our supplies. Chucks are clean, supplies are clean. Clean hands. We're good so far. No gloves yet. Okay, good. Good. Okay. All right. So this barrier is what's going to make our clean surface. Now, for the test, your table is empty. We can use it. It's not a problem. In a clinical setting, you're never going to get that lucky. So carve out a space for you and put the chucks on over everything that's there. Okay. All right. So remember the supplies that we're going to use are clean. We've had clean hands. We got our clean supplies. But the thing about this whole system that's not clean is your uniform. So your uniform, when you start work, has leaned against that bed, has brushed up against that curtain, has leaned against the sink, has knelt on the floor. Your uniform is not clean. So the problem that this causes is when I do my opening, knock, knock, knock. Hi, Ms. Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. How are you? I'd like to get you dressed. Is that okay? I'm going to close your curtain, go wash my hands. Now, I've got clean hands. If I go over to that supply shelf and I get my chucks and I get everything else I need to do this skill, everything else I need, I'm going to hold all of that. So let's say that these are the clothes and the privacy blanket and all that. So I've got everything else I need to do the skill. I've got to spread this out on the table. So this stuff is going to end up like this. What's not clean?
Your uniform.
Yeah, your uniform. So when you do this, you contaminate your supplies before you ever use them. So our rule here is, if we're going to use supplies and we need a clean place to put those supplies, we're going to go get the barrier first. This is illustrating what I just did. We're going to go get the barrier first. So opening, close curtain, wash hands, get barrier. Then go back and get the rest of your supplies. That way you're not holding everything right up next to your uniform as you're trying to spread that barrier out. Okay? So let's go back here real quick. So you've leaned against the bed, the sink, the curtain, knelt on the floor. Your uniform is not considered clean if you hold all of those items up next to your uniform. And remember, it's not just that patient's cooties. Whose cooties do you have? Everybody's. Every patient you worked on, you've got their cooties all over your uniform. So you don't want to hold your stuff right up next to your uniform. So don't get the barrier when you're getting the rest of your supplies. That means you're going to hold those supplies up against your uniform. Instead, go get the barrier first and then go get the rest of your supplies. So the barrier is the very first thing that we get for any supplies. Good? So our points here that we have to remember with barrier is a barrier provides a clean area for your clean supplies. We're only going to touch supplies with what kind of hands? Clean hands. We don't want the supplies to touch our uniform, and we're going to get the barrier first before we get the rest of our supplies. So easy peasy, right? Okay. This is very, very important. Go get the barrier first because that's what's going to keep your supplies clean. So get the barrier first, put it on the table, then get the rest of your supplies. We're done with barrier. We now know those rules. Let's move on to privacy blanket. So when we're talking about privacy blankets, dignity is essential. And we have to remember that our experience here is going to be different from the patient's experience because this is going to become, how do I say this? This is a job for you. It's a job. How many of you guys work now? Okay, do you remember your first day of work, you were really nervous and you had to learn everything and you paid super close attention and, you know, that type of stuff? Yeah, do you do that now? No, you're like barely even there anymore. Like if you could, you know, if your body could go and your brain could check out, it would, right? You're hardly even paying attention. That is what you're going to end up doing as a CNA. As much as I would like you not to, you're going to. I mean, because it's a job. It's just simple facts. So you are going to get jaded, okay? You're going to get seen one, seen them all, don't really care what you got. I'm not looking. I don't care. You know, it's not going to be a big deal to you. But it's a big deal to the patient. Just because you've seen a million booties doesn't mean your patient wants you to see theirs. Does that make sense? So we have to think about dignity from the patient's point of view, not ours. And this is a really hard thing to make your brain switch. It really is. But dignity is important. It's very important. And we've got to take every step that we can to make sure that we're protecting the patient's right to privacy. Remember, these are legal rights, not just it would be nice rights. They're legal rights. One of the problems here is that your perception of temperature is going to be different from your patient's. Now, there's a whole lot that goes into this, and I'm going to try to simplify it just a little bit. But right here in this room, we're actually experiencing this. I am up, standing, moving around, talking, active. You guys are all sitting in those chairs. What is the temperature in here like to you? It's a little chilly, right? Yeah, remember on day one, I told you to bring a jacket. Yeah, because I'm in charge of the thermostat. And do you know what the temperature feels like in here to me? Yeah, hot, warm. Why? We're in the same room. We're in the same clothes. Why? Because I'm moving around. That's right. So our perception of temperature is going to be different, isn't it?
One is active, one is not.
Right. Exact same thing happens with your patients. You guys are active. You're running around like chickens with your head cut off. Your patient isn't even dressed the same as you. They're in a thin hospital gown and not much else. They're not active, laying in bed. What's the temperature going to feel like to them? Freezing. Now take their sheet away.
They're gonna get sick.
Yeah, they're going to be intolerably cold. Does that make sense? Now, we wouldn't have really stopped to think about that because we get wrapped up into our day to day. I want you to stop and think about that. Your perception of temperature is going to be different than your patient's. Now, this actually gets way worse. And we're going to talk about that next week. But this gets way worse than that. But we're going to start here and we'll build on that. Everybody good with that? All right. So remember that your perception of temperature is different from your patient's. This is one of the reasons that we need that privacy blanket, because we want our patient to remain warm, even when we're working on them. Now, we could leave the sheet on, but if we're working on their legs or their feet or trying to wash them, that sheet's going to get wet or it's going to get in the way. We need to get the sheet out of the way. That's why we're going to use a blanket to keep them warm, protect their privacy, but it allows us to kind of get to the body parts we need to get to. Okay, good? Good. Now, the other reason for a privacy blanket, so we're keeping our patient warm, that's good. The other reason for a privacy blanket is privacy, but you might think that that privacy curtain is going to take care of the privacy part for you, and you would be wrong. Because that privacy curtain actually protects the patient from all the people out there. But there's a stranger in that area inside the curtain with them. Who is that stranger? You. You don't know them. They don't know you. And they're probably not all that thrilled about showing you all their goodies. You are still a stranger. So that privacy blanket is there to help protect them from you. Don't skimp on the privacy blankets. A lot of people, a lot of comments on YouTube, a lot. Oh, well, we don't use privacy blankets. Or in the real world, you'll never use a privacy blanket. Or privacy blankets are a waste of time and resources. You'll see lots of comments. When you go to work, your coworkers will tell you lots of things. But let me ask you, would you be comfortable in that bed if I took all of your bedding and clothes away from you and put a stranger in there with you? Then don't think your patient's going to be either. Good? Does that make sense? Be careful who you get guidance from. A lot of people are just trying to cut corners because it's easier for them, not because it's the best interest of the patient. I'm not here to make you a CNA. I'm here to make you a good CNA. There's a difference. I can train anybody to pass a test. I'm training you to take care of me. You guys see the difference? So, when I am the body in the bed, please use a privacy blanket.
King size blanket.
Yeah. And I'll probably be cold because when I'm not up and moving, I'm cold all the time. All right. So remember that you are the stranger in the room with the patient. So here's our rule. This is how we know when to use a privacy blanket. If our patient is going to be uncovered or undressed at any time during the skill, you need a privacy blanket. That's it. That's the rule. So if they're going to be uncovered or undressed, use a privacy blanket. So if you raise your hand 3 days from now and you say, but Miss Patty, do I need a privacy blanket for this? I'm going to ask you, are they going to be uncovered or undressed? If the answer is yes, you need a privacy blanket. Good? Remember, it's there for more than just privacy. It's also there for warmth. So this falls under a principle. So let me explain to you what principles are, okay? And one of our people, I'm not sure what you're asking, Valencia. One of our people earlier today actually nailed this on the head without even knowing they did it, okay? So we have a care plan that tells us what to do with each patient. But that care plan isn't going to tell us all of this stuff on the back wall. The care plan isn't going to tell you do the opening. The care plan isn't going to tell you use a barrier. The care plan isn't going to tell you gloves are required. The care plan isn't going to tell you privacy blanket. The care plan isn't going to tell you anything that's on that back wall. These are things that you have to know and apply. Does that make sense? So the care plan isn't going to tell you principles. And that's why when you look over here on this, I know you guys can't see it real well, but when you look over here, you can see one of our walls is principles guide performance. So the principles tell us how to perform that skill. And that's why we have to learn all of them. So no, this principle, nobody's going to tell you about it. You just have to know it. Okay, good. But this actually ensures the patient is always covered by something. I do not want to see my patient's knobby knees. And you shouldn't either. When we're putting the blanket on, let me turn the camera real quick and show you guys. So when we're putting this blanket on, over here. So let's say that I'm dressing this patient, this resident, and I'm going to go get my barrier and put it on the table. And I'm going to go get all the rest of my supplies and put them on the barrier. And then I'm going to put the blanket on the patient. Now, the way we do this counts. If I take this blanket, remember, I don't want to hold it up next to my uniform. If I take this blanket and I do what I do at home, right? When I put sheets on the bed at home, I probably do something like this, right? Okay, first of all, I'm hitting the patient. I probably shouldn't be doing that. But the real problem here is when I do that, all of these little fuzzies that just came up, I don't know if you guys can see them, but there's a lot of little fuzzies come up. Those are dead yeast cells, bacteria, skin cells, all the things that this patient has shed. And I brought them right up here where I can breathe them in. Now at home, I'm only breathing in my own funk. It's not that big of a deal, but in a clinical setting, I really don't want what this guy's got. So we don't shake or snap anything. We don't want to create a vortex that brings that right up. Remember portals of entry, right? Holes, right? When you're breathing through two big holes. If you bring all of those pathogens up, you're breathing them into your body. They're getting in. You don't want that. So we don't snap or shake our blanket or anything. Instead, when we get the blanket, it'll be folded like this. Instead, when we get the blanket, we unfold and just lay it out. Good. Now, notice I laid it over the sheet. And that's because I don't want my patient exposed at any time. So I'm going to lay this blanket over the sheet, and then I'm going to hold it in place and pull the sheet down underneath the blanket. So when I do that, I can now get to the whole body, but they were never exposed. Make sense? So we put the blanket on over the sheet, pull the sheet down underneath. When we go to end the skill and we're ready to take the blanket off, I don't just take the blanket off and leave the patient exposed. I'm going to reverse the process. I'm going to bring the sheet over the blanket and pull the blanket down underneath. Now, when I do this, you'll notice that you never got to see anything she's got. Good? When you remove anything from the bed, you don't want trailing edges to contaminate other surfaces. So anything we remove from the bed, we want to wind up in a ball so that it's controlled. And then it goes in dirty linen. Good? Questions? Nope. Okay. So we do not snap or shake our linens. Okay. All right. When we take that blanket away, we want to do it after we remove our gloves. Remember, we have to pull that sheet back up. If we got all kinds of cooties on our gloves and we touch that sheet and pull it up right next to their face, we're putting cooties all over that sheet. It's going right up next to their face. So take your gloves off before you pull that sheet up. Okay, good. You don't, because so here's, okay. In healthcare, there will always be what we call a crossover point. When you wash your hands, you will cross over into dirty at some point. Once your hands are dirty, you will cross back over into clean when you wash them. There's something called a crossover point when you go from clean to not clean. Everybody got that? Okay. So at that crossover point, the only thing that you've encountered is the patient's cooties. Just theirs, not anybody else, because we're just right here in this environment. So that crossover point isn't a big deal because it's just this patient. And we're just exposing them to their own cooties, which they're already exposed to. Where it becomes an issue is if we're not washing our hands and we expose them to other cooties. Does that make sense? That makes sense. So this is a rule that's kind of, it's hard for CNAs to kind of wrap their head around because yes, there is still contamination. Absolutely. Right? We take our gloves off and we're touching the sheet. We're going to go wash our hands and wash those cooties away. But it's not a big deal because it's just the patient's own cooties. Does that kind of make sense? A little bit. I know it's kind of hard. This is a very, very complex topic. The thing is, when it comes to body fluids, I don't want body fluids on the sheet that's going to go right up next to their face. Okay, I'm not really worried about the cooties part. I'm more worried about the body fluids that are on your gloves.
So what if you're dealing with someone who has airborne pathogens and you have to stay gowned and gloved? Do you re-glove again?
So if you are working in a place, a room that has precautions, transmission-based precautions. I have a whole lesson on this for you. It is on, oh, where is it? Hold on. Hold on, let me get a book. It's a very good question. And I always want you to know where to find the answers. So hold on one second. Go to page 124. Okay, so 124 and 125 is going to talk to you a lot about those standard precautions, and we talked about standard today, transmission-based precautions. So if we have somebody who has a known infectious agent like C. diff, or like hepatitis, or HIV, or an airborne disease like measles or TB. So if we have, TB is a droplet, but if we have transmission-based precautions that we have to adhere by, then we're going to have a card on the door that's similar to what you see on page 124. And that card is going to tell us what additional protective equipment we need. Gown, shoe covers, mask, gloves, eyewear. What do we need to protect ourselves from this particular pathogen? Okay, so it depends on the type of pathogen as to what type of precautions we're going to need. If it's airborne, then we need to cover all of these holes so nothing gets in. Make sense? If it's contact, we want to cover our clothing because we don't want it to contact our clothing or our skin or our shoes so we can track it around. So every type of pathogen is going to have a different type of accommodation. Good? Okay, so I need you to understand that to understand the answer. So let's go to airborne. So if we have an airborne, which very rare, airborne is very rare. If we have an airborne, that means that we don't want to breathe it in because it's in the air. So we're going to cover here. So gloves, yes, we're going to wear gloves just like normal, but gloves aren't going to be that instrumental because the stuff doesn't come through our skin. It comes through here. Does that make sense? So we would just address our gloves like we address them all the time. No accommodations. Now with C. diff, now that's contact. So we're going to wear gloves and gown and shoe covers and everything here because we don't want it on our face, right? Because it's hard to get rid. It's spore. It's hard to get rid of. So those are going, that accommodation is going to affect our gloves because it's contact. Does that make sense? So let's talk about that for a second. So let's say we have a contact precaution, C. diff, and we are wearing gloves and we have to take the privacy blanket off the patient. Well, if it's contact precautions and we have body fluids on our gloves, we don't want to put the body fluids right on the sheet that's going to go right next to our face, but we can't touch that sheet without gloves. So what do we do? In that case, we would remove the gloves, wash our hands, re-glove, and then pull the sheet up. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? In order to work with transmission-based precautions, you have to have additional training. Okay, for that particular transmission.
So if that person has seated and they're able to get up, use the sink or whatever, at that point, aren't you touching the seated sink and your hands are dirty?
Yeah, C. diff is patients usually are in their own room. It's contact precaution. It's spore-based, so we tend to not put, unless both of them have C. diff, we will put people together if they're both C. diff to keep all the C. diff in one room. Yes, you are. So remember our rule, we end skill with clean hands. So even though you've come into contact with C. diff in the room, right, with touching the sink to turn it on, you're washing your hands. So you're going to wash it away. At the end of the skill, we're going to wash it away. Now, the thing about contact precautions, isolation rooms, is that the sink is not in the room. The sink is in what we call the antechamber. So isolation rooms are set up a little different than other rooms. Other rooms, you just walk in, like a bedroom. You just walk in. Isolation rooms, you walk into an antechamber. So it's a door that goes into like a little, it's not a very big room. It's probably about as big as my little office area there. You walk in, and in there will be all of the supplies that you need to put on and the sink, because we don't want to bring anything in either, right? Because their immune system's really messed up right now. So in this antechamber is where we get dressed for the job. We put our gown on, we put our mask on, we put our gloves on, we put everything on. You know, you've washed your hands first, because of course that comes first. And then you're going to enter the room. So with isolation, we're going to do all of that before the opening. So it does change things a little bit, and that's why you need a little additional training. Okay. So what I'm teaching you is basic run-of-the-mill, everyday patient encounters. Isolation changes it a little bit just because we have to think about that pathogen transfer part. Does that help? Does that help? Okay. Oh, Kenesha asks, what questions on the website are you talking about? My online course, Kenesha. The online course is on, let me see here. There we go. I just sent you the link. All right. So do we understand privacy blankets now? So we know to use a barrier anytime we use supplies, and we know to use a privacy blanket anytime the patient's uncovered or undressed. Remember, these are not on the care plan. We have to know these. Now let's move on to linen rules. Now we're not going to learn all of linen rules. We're going to learn most. But there's a couple things that I'm going to keep out of this until next week. Week 3, sorry. We'll learn a couple of these principles on week 3, but let's learn the ones that matter to us today. So again, linen rules are going to be used anytime we're working with linens, and that's about 3/4 of the skills that we learned. So linen rules are a very big deal as a CNA. Remember ADLs, activities of daily living? We do a lot of bathing, guys. A lot of bathing and cleaning. Again, I have notes for you on page 87. you'll find the notes for linen rules. Now, the thing about linen rules is that most of these are repeated principle or repeated steps from other principles. Okay. So if you see a principle twice on two different, a step on two different principles, know that it is doubly important. It counts big on the state exam. Remember, we were talking about that weighted thing? Okay. So this was on barrier. Remember barrier rules? We learned that we don't hold anything against our uniform, right? So if it's on barrier rules and it's on linen rules, it's doubly important. That means it's weighted heavily on the state exam, these steps. Does that make sense? If you see it twice, it counts big. Okay, that's why these are repeated. So we already know this one. Linens can't touch your uniform. So if we're getting towels and washcloths, can they touch our uniform? If we're getting sheets, can they touch our uniform? Okay. We also know this one too. You have to have clean hands to get clean linens. So can we get our linens before we do our opening? No. Can we get our linens before we wash our hands? No, it has to be in this order. We do our opening, close curtain, wash hands, get linens. Good? Okay. Remember that principles that are repeated are doubly important. They count against you on the state exam. Don't shake or snap linens. Well, we've heard that one too with privacy blanket. Again, this is an important principle that's going to count big on the state exam. So if we're using towels, do we shake them? If we're using sheets, do we shake them? If we're using the privacy blanket, do we shake it? Okay, so most of linen rules we already know. Nothing really here to learn except we're going to skip 2. We're going to go down here to the last one. This we have to learn. This is new. Unused items must be discarded. So this principle is use it or lose it. Don't save it for later. And this is because items that are out of your sight can't be considered clean. If they're out of your sight, they can't be considered clean. And we'll go over the rest of linen rules in a future lesson, but let me explain to you what I mean by this. So let's say you're working in a nursing home and you go in, you got to change the sheets and give the patient a bed bath. And you go in and before you can get started, somebody hits a call light and you have to leave the room. So you leave all of those linens and towels and washcloths and everything sitting on the patient's chair for later. You'll come back and get to it later. So all of that stuff is just sitting in the room. Well, in healthcare, we don't keep dirty stuff in patients' rooms. There's no baskets, there's no hampers, if it's dirty, it doesn't stay in the patient's room, we remove it. Does that make sense? It's a clean environment. We don't want dirty in there. So you have to keep that in mind, okay? So this patient is in bed. His wife comes to visit. She's got 2 cups of coffee, and there's all this stuff on the chair that she is planning on sitting on. As she walks in, she trips over the oxygen tubing, spills some coffee on the floor. She doesn't want to leave it there because it's a slipping hazard. So she sets the coffee down. She looks around. She sees the washcloth. She grabs the washcloth off the chair and she cleans up the floor. Nice job. Thank you. We don't want to slip. Great job. But there's nowhere for her to put that washcloth because there is no hamper. There's no dirty linen receptacle of any kind. So she folds that washcloth up and puts it back on the stack because she doesn't know where else to put it. Is that stack clean? No. Anything out of your sight is not considered clean. So when you take it, you use it or you lose it, discard it in dirty linen. Make sense? You will, not might, you will have a test question on the written test on that topic. You will. All right, so we now know linen rules. Linens must not touch uniform. You have to have clean hands to get your linens. Don't snap or shake them. And anything you don't use must be discarded. So now we know all of this. So we know everything that we need to know to do this skill except for the skill specific steps. So let's talk about those now. Okay, good. So when you're looking at this, this is the actual grading checklist that they're going to use when we take our exam for this skill, for dressing a resident with a weak arm. If you look at this, you'll see all the green is going to be checked off by your opening. Can you see? There we go. All the green is going to be checked off by the opening. All the red is going to be checked off by the closing. The gray is going to be checked off by linen rules. The tan is going to be checked off by privacy blanket. So when you're looking at this, right, we haven't even started on the skill. We haven't got to the skill at all. We haven't talked about dressing a resident a bit. But we've got half of our checklist checked off. Do you see how these principles are used when grading you? Okay. So now we're going to learn everything without a color. And there's not very many steps there. So let's learn. Yes, Kanisha, I'm live on Mondays and Wednesdays, 9 to 1. Very good. Very good. Okay. All right. So let's learn how to do this particular skill. By the way, I do have flashcards. I like to let you guys know about this. The flashcards, they're here. You can go next door and order them. They have all the steps. I'll show you real quick. You can make your own. So this has the skill specific and the steps. It has all of the supplies for each skill, and it has all of the principles that we're learning. So these flashcards right now, while you're in class, while you're enrolled, is $14.99. After graduation, they go back up to $24.99. So if you're going to get them before you graduate. You can make your own. You've got all the information. It's all in your book. This is all stuff from your book. It's just in a convenient study format, but you have these available to you. All right, so let's learn our skill-specific steps. These are all the things without a color associated. So the information I'm going to tell you starts on page 98. Again, I took the notes for you. And we have to ask our patient, what do you want to wear? Patients have the right to choose their own clothing. Now, if they suggest something that does not match, you can suggest an alternative because you're actually judged by the way your patients look. If I walk down a hallway at a nursing home and all the patients are in mismatched clothing and their hair is all messy and their socks don't match, and do I have good CNAs? No, I don't. I will judge you by the way your patients look. And so will everybody else that walks in that facility. So if your patient says, hey, I want to wear my yellow flowered shirt and my purple plaid pants, and you go, you don't want to tell them that doesn't match. But you can suggest, oh, your white shirt would look really nice with those pants. Do you want to try that? And most of the time they'll go, oh, yeah, that's what I meant. Because nobody wants to look unmatched. But we always honor our patients' wishes. So if they say, no, I want my yellow flowered shirt, I'm going to say no problem. We don't know what her mindset is. Maybe she's going to play bingo today and that's her lucky shirt. Maybe her son and daughter are coming to visit later this afternoon and the daughter bought the shirt and the son bought the pants. We don't know what their mindset is. We can suggest alternatives, but ultimately we're going to honor their wishes. Does that make sense? All right. We're going to get the get the clothing before we undress the patient. So we want to ask them, what do you want to wear? And then we're going to get that clothing. Don't wait until your patient is naked and they say, oh yeah, by the way, what do you want to wear today? I mean, that's uncomfortable. We want to minimize exposure. So that clothing though needs to go on something. What does it need to go on? A barrier, a chucks. So when do we get that chucks? Right away. So we're going to go wash our hands, get the barrier, put it on the table, ask them what do you want to wear, and then go get that clothing. Now, for the test, if you go to this particular skill, this is on page 103. We're going to get to this in just a minute, but our care plan tells us to dress the resident in a long sleeve, button or snap front shirt, socks, and pants. For the test, you're doing this on a mannequin. You're going to ask the mannequin, what do you want to wear today? And the mannequin is going to respond to you. One of those evaluators is going to play the voice of the mannequin. And the evaluator is going to describe an outfit. Now, there's going to be 2 outfits on the clothing rack, 2 outfits. Make sure that you get the outfit they described. Huh. Oh, cool. That's neat. Yeah. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. All right. So when the mannequin or the evaluator says, I want my red pants and my big mouth shirt, make sure that that's the one that you get. But make sure that it is long sleeve because the care plan says long sleeve. Okay. Good. All right. So you want to minimize exposure of your resident while dressing. So we're going to get the clothing before we undress them. So there's 3 ways that we're going to minimize exposure for this skill. We're going to use the privacy curtain. We're going to use the privacy blanket, and we're going to get the clothing before we undress them. This is tested. If you don't meet all 3 of these, you don't get credit for any of them. Does that make sense? This is all one line. So if you forget to close the privacy curtain for this skill, you are exposing the patient. If you don't ask them what they want to wear before you get their clothing, you are exposing the patient unnecessarily. If you don't use a privacy blanket, you are exposing the patient. So you've got to get all 3 of these to minimize exposure. Does that make sense? Okay. I see writing furiously, so give me a minute. Good? All right. So anytime we lift a body part, we're going to have to lift the legs to get the pants on. We're going to have to lift the arm to put the sleeve on. Anytime we lift a body part, we always lift from below. So we don't lift from above. I don't pick up a body part like I'm not the claw machine at Walmart. There's no prizes here. We always lift from below with a flat palm. When you lift from above, your fingertips are going to dig into them and it can cause bruising. But their body part can actually slip out of your grasp and fall, and that can cause injury. When you lift from below, it's stable support without injury. This is important. This is any body part that you lift. Always from below, will support at the joints, and always with a flat palm. So this particular skill, our care plan is going to tell us our patient has a weak arm. We don't know why it's weak. We don't know what happened to them. We don't really care. But they do have a weak arm. Now, we're going to have to pay attention to this and figure out which arm is weak because how we dress and undress is going to depend on which arm is weak. The way we remember this is USA first. Undress strong arm first, and then dress the weak arm first. Now, the reason for this is if I have, let's say I have a weak right arm. It's not working so good. If I want to get dressed and undressed, in order to undress, I want this arm to do all the work because it's not weak. So I'm going to pull it out of the sleeve and then just let the garment fall right off that weak arm. No motion necessary. undress strong arm first. And then when I go to get dressed, I want to slide the garment up the weak arm first and make the strong arm do all the work to get into the sleeve, whatever it's got to do, right? So undress strong arm first, dress weak arm first, and that minimizes the movement on that weak side. USA first. When we put a shirt on, especially if it's a long sleeve shirt, you don't want those fingers to get caught up in the cuffs and be pulled backwards. So we're going to gather the sleeve up, put our hand in through backwards, hold their hand like we're shaking their hand, and then just transfer. Okay, I'm going to show you how to do that. But that keeps their fingers from being bent backwards. So you want to be careful not to cause injury. Don't overextend. Don't force movement. Nothing like that. And at the end of the skill, you want to take a look at how your patient looks. Make sure the buttons are all buttoned appropriately. The pants are up over the hips. The socks, the toe seam is along the toes, not sideways across the foot. Your patient needs to look good. Anything we take off the bed, we're going to ball up, like the privacy blanket or the gown or anything like that. And we're going to put it right into dirty linen. Don't leave it at the end of the skill on the bed, on the floor, on the table. Make sure it gets into dirty linen. But when we're working with patients, nothing goes on the floor ever. Nothing clean, nothing dirty, nothing goes on the floor. So when you take the gown off the patient, don't just drop it on the floor. Put it right in the hamper, or you can put it on the overbed table separate from your clean, but not on the floor. Okay, call light goes in the stronger hand. That makes sense. You don't want to put a call light in a weaker hand. So if we go to page 103, we can read this care plan. Care plan tells us dress the resident in a long sleeve, button, or snap front shirt, pants, and socks. The resident is lying in bed and has a weak right arm. So that's going to indicate which arm we have to undress first and dress first. Keep that in mind. The resident is not able to help with dressing, and after dressing, leave the resident in bed. So this tells us what we need to know about this particular skill. So I'm going to show you this one. I'm going to show you the video for this because it's got very good close-ups of all of these steps. And this is a video that you can review after class as well. You'll get a link for it. Hello, Mrs. Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. How are you? Good. I'm here to help you get dressed. Is that okay? Okay, I'm going to close your curtain. Let me go wash my hands, get my supplies, and I'll be right back. The first thing that I'll get is a barrier to put on my table to make sure that my supplies remain clean. Mrs. Jones, what would you like to wear today? Your light pink pants and dark pink shirt? Okay. Is this the outfit that you described? Wonderful. I'll get a privacy blanket as well. Okay, Mrs. Jones, I'm going to spread this privacy blanket out over you. This will keep you warm and help protect your privacy as we do this skill. I'm going to carefully unfold the blanket, being careful not to snap or shake it as I lay it out over you. Once the blanket's in place, I'll pull your sheet down to the end of the bed. Okay, Mrs. Jones, I'm going to place your socks on now. We'll take one of the socks, scrunch it all the way up to the toe seam, put it over the foot, making sure the toe seam is lined up, lift from below and support at the ankle, and smooth the sock over the heel. Now we'll go to the other side. We'll scrunch this sock up, put it over the foot, making sure the toe seam is lined up. Lift from below and support at the ankle. And smooth the sock over the heel, minimizing wrinkles. Now I'll help you put your pants on. We're going to make sure the tag is in the back. I'm going to insert one of my arms into the legs of the pants and scrunch it up so I have control over all the material. We'll then place it over your foot, lift from below, and smooth it over your heel. We're going to repeat on this side. I'm going to put my hand inside to scrunch up the leg of the pants, and then place it over your foot, lifting from below and supporting at the heel while we finish putting on your pants. Okay, Mrs. Jones. Now I'm going to lift your pants up over your hips. If I can have you raise up your hips as high as you can on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. I'll make sure that your pants are over your hips and then cover you back up. Okay, Mrs. Jones, I'm going to elevate the head of the bed now. Please tell me when you're comfortable. And if I can assist you to lean forward, I'll untie your gown. Thank you. I'm going to tuck a corner of the blanket behind your back as you sit back. And now I'll remove the gown from this side. We're going to undress the strong arm first. Since our care plan indicated your right arm is weak, we'll undress your left arm first. I'm going to the other side of the bed now. Okay, Mrs. Jones, I'm going to undress this arm. Being careful to minimize the movement and support the arm at the elbow as I lift it off the bed. We'll remove the soiled gown. We'll go ahead and rest your arm back on the bed. Okay, now I'm going to assist you with your shirt. I'm going to scrunch up the arm of the sleeve and put my hand through backwards, keeping your arm supported on the bed. I'm going to lift your hand and hold it as if we're shaking hands. This will keep all your fingers together as we place the sleeve over my hand and then over yours. Once we have the sleeve in place on your arm, we'll extend your arm out. I'll support at the elbow as I bring the sleeve the rest of the way along your arm. If I can have you sit forward, Miss Jones, let me assist you. Thank you. Make sure that you remain covered and smooth the shirt along your back. Come on back, Mrs. Jones. Thank you. Okay, Mrs. Jones, I'm going to assist you in putting your other arm in your sleeve. So I'll scrunch it up, put my hand in through backwards. And Miss Jones, if I could have you reach your arm up and back for me. I'll assist you to put your arm in the sleeve. Okay, Miss Jones, we'll rest your arm back on the bed now while I straighten your shirt and make sure that it is snapped appropriately. Okay, let me just adjust your clothing to make sure it's neat. Can I have you lean forward for me, please? Thank you. And I'll make sure that this blanket can be removed. Okay, Ms. Jones, I'm just going to gather up your privacy blanket and place it in soiled linen along with your gown. I'll be right back. Okay, Mrs. Jones, I'm just going to adjust your clothing for neatness and appearance and make sure that it's fastened appropriately and that you look good. Very nice. Okay, you have your call light here if you should need anything. Can I get a magazine for you? Okay, I'm just going to throw your barrier away and open your privacy curtain. Now we'll go wash my hands. After washing my hands, I'll think about the steps of my skill, make any corrections, and then tell the evaluator my skill is done. Okay, any questions? Okay.
You said on Monday, like you said, 12 hour shifts. Is that like the standard?
Depends on where you're working. Hospitals are usually 12-hour shifts. Nursing homes are usually 8. Mental health can be either 1. Assisted livings are usually 8, but sometimes 12. It really depends on where you're working. Yeah. And that's going to be an important factor in when you're trying to determine where you want to start applying. I have a quiz for that. It's the workplace personality quiz. It's on that first sheet that I gave you the first day. I think it was on there. We'll be talking about it a little bit further in the program, but I have a quiz that I created. It's a lot of psychology in it. It's going to ask you 19 questions that have nothing to do with healthcare. It's on you, your preferences, your personality, that type of thing, what your type of environment you like, how much oversight. Are you kind of a, I like to work alone person, or I really like to be social? All of those things are going to be taken into consideration, and it's going to let you know what setting is best for you based on your personality traits. So that's available on my main website, foryourcna.com, under training. The very bottom, you'll see your ideal workplace. So yeah, but hours is in there as well. Do you like working a 12-hour shift, an 8-hour shift? Do you like more flexibility in your schedule? Home care might be a good option if you're looking for flexibility. So a lot of things that takes into consideration when making a recommendation. All right, so Latasha asked, do you have to have the bed in a sit-up position to do the skill, or will they be lying down? And this really is preference. It's patient preference, your preference. It does make it easier to dress the resident, put on their shirt if they're sitting up. It's a little harder to do when they're laying down, but if our care plan says that they have to lay down, then we're going to make that work. We just roll them side to side. But if we can sit them up, and our care plan didn't give us any restrictions, so for the test, you can sit them up. But at the end of the skill, it says that we're going to leave our patient in bed. That's what it tells us on the care plan. We're going to leave them in bed at the end of the skill. So at the end of that video, you actually saw that the patient was in bed at the end of the skill, and I didn't have her covered because she's dressed. Remember, covered means clothing or sheet. But the head of the bed was up at the end of that video. And that's fine. The bed has to be in the low position. The head of the bed is patient preference. They might want to sit up and watch TV or do a crossword or eat a snack. They might want to lay down and take a nap. It's patient preference. The entire bed low, that's safety. That's non-negotiable. Head of the bed, patient preference. Good? Questions?
What about a t-shirt? How would that work? Like if she wanted to.
So anytime a patient has a weak arm, the nurse is going to tell the family or the patient, go get things that fasten up the front, because it's easier to dress side to side than top to bottom. Yeah, so we just tell the family, go get stuff that fastens up the front or the back, either one. All right, so the important steps of this that you saw in the video, I asked about clothing preference. I got their clothing before we undressed. I supported all joints as I lift them. I undressed the strong arm first and dressed the weak arm first. I gathered the sleeve before I put it on to keep the fingers all contained. I didn't overextend or force movement. I adjusted the clothing. I put all the dirty items in the hamper, and I made sure the call light was in the stronger hand at the end of the skill. These are all important checkpoints that will be checked off. All right, good? Okay. So now we're going to move on to the last skill for, oh gosh, we're out of time. Okay, I didn't realize where we were on time. All right, we're going to wait for range of motion. I will add that in a little bit further on in the program. It's not a big deal. It's a 10-minute skill. So I'll get to that a little bit further on in the program. We got some more time to play with at the end of the course, the last 2 weeks. But let me get you your review sheets. Let's go here. Hold on. There we go. Please remember CPR on Saturday at 9 a.m. The next one will be week 4 Monday. If you do not attend either one of those, it's fine because it's not on the test. You don't need it for the class, but you will need it to work. And if you don't, if you get it while you're enrolled, it's $10 cheaper. If you don't get it, before graduation, I'm going to charge you $10 more. I'll come around. I got it. So this is the review sheet, guys. This goes over everything that we did in class today, except for range of motion. Just skip those questions until we get to that one. I apologize. Somehow I ran over. But these review sheets will help you kind of condense everything that we learned into one area. And you guys at home, you can actually access these review sheets on flcnatraining.com. Review sheets are there for you. All right, guys, I will see you on Monday. Have a great weekend. 2 chapters of homework, chapters 2 and 3. All right, guys, YouTube world. See you next time. Bye-bye.